Why does my heart go?
Mhm. Whoopsie! Sorry, I'm late. Haha. And yeah, hi, big guy. I'm sorry I didn't say hi to you until the end of the thing. Oh, why do you keep sending me bits? What the hell? Thank you. But I'm looking at you. I'm seeing you. I'm not like distracted. I can see you. I can see you, big guy. But I'm doing good. I was just I still kind of feel out of it, honestly. Because I actually what do you call this? I didn't yeah, I kind of missed off my medication yesterday and last Saturday. So um yeah, the withdrawal started kicking in last Sunday, and yeah, that just like I was just sleeping the entire time. My antidepressants. So when I go through withdrawals, basically it just yeah, for me it takes me a few days. But yeah, basically I just laid down in bed. Didn't do anything that was crazy, honestly. But yeah, didn't eat and stuff like that. Like yeah, weird. Um yeah, now I feel good because I'm taking my medication now. I'm already like back to it. I kind of it's my fault. It's my fault. I'm gonna take blame for what happened to me because yeah, I kind of mismanaged the whole yeah. Nah. Just part of it. Um sorry. I'm just like unfortunately not. That's why I'm saying about getting out of it. Because I feel like it doesn't really like I feel like it's not really helping me be happy or something. It's not really like what you think. It doesn't make you happy. It just doesn't make you sad. It just doesn't make you sad as often, I think. I don't know if it's sadness or pity or something. I don't know, but yeah, it kind of helps in terms of kind of keeping me there. And actually, it's weird. I just remembered something my sister told me. Um, she said that I was a happy person. I think that kind of like, yeah, it sucks that that's the kind of um yeah, that's the kind of vibe that I was yeah, I wasn't like yeah, it's weird. It's like it's crazy. It's just like yeah, it's like I don't know. Hmm, I don't know. I think so. Yeah, I think so. I don't know honestly. Like I'm just like yeah. Um I would say I was like passionate about things. I think what fucked me up was when I got here and I started seeing how people can fuck you up that quick. um anyway, so yeah, I'm kind of just basically I'm just recovering at the moment from that. And yeah, if I feel like out of it, that's probably why, and I'm so sorry about that in advance, okay? I'm not being like I do want to stream still because I do feel bad about not streaming. I did say I was gonna stream. Um, anyway, I saw a couple of videos here on my end, but I also have a few on my what do you call this? On my list. Hmm. Let me actually check. I want to see this thing about because I like.
On June 20, 20.
Sorry, let me just.
Hi, Steve here. Today I'm moving over as the voice.
Sorry. Oh my God, you can hear. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. I said, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I hope you're having a I hope you're having a good afternoon. How's your afternoon?" I'm sorry. I kind of like yeah. I may look weird. Oh my god. It's Elsa. I'm gonna play this shit from Curse of God. Choo Choo. I'm not sure about his name. Um, Cur. Cur. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. Hope it goes well. I'm gonna watch this thing 5 days ago. Haven't seen it yet. Oh, this one. Ooh, I'm gonna check it out. Oh, actually, give me a second. I'm just gonna like have a quick pee and grab some extra water. Really quick. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. And yeah, let's get into this.
Hi, Steve here.
I kind of want to go scientifical for a second. Sorry. This loud. I gotta like adjust him for a second for you guys.
Today, I'm moving over as the voice of Kurzgesagt for something really special. Our dearest friend John Green would like to tell you a story that's very close to his heart. So, let's hear it from him directly. Hey, John.
Hey, Steve. Thanks so much. Let's dive right in. The White Death has haunted humanity like no other disease, following us for thousands, maybe millions of years. It was there when we tamed fire, invented culture, and ventured out of Africa to conquer the world. In 1815, it caused 1 in 4 deaths in Britain. In the last 200 years, it killed 1 billion people. Way more than all wars and natural disasters combined. Even today, it's the infectious disease with the highest kill count, but do you even know what we are talking about? We're talking about Mycobacterium tuberculosis, which causes tuberculosis, or TB, our original archenemy. Right now, 1 in 4 humans alive are infected with the bacterium. You may be one of them. So how is it possible that we never hear about TB? Well, the White Death is the perfect human predator. Very infectious, but very quiet most of the time. Careful not to murder recklessly. Perfectly adapted to your immune system and just physically incredibly hard to kill. What exactly makes it so powerful? The perfect human predator. Usually, the bacterium enters your body through the airways and sets up home in the lungs, a giant living cave system defended by billions of macrophages, powerful guard cells that hunt and kill intruders. The TB bug is quickly attacked and devoured alive. Unfortunately, this is its plan. The White Death is the worst kind of parasite, an immune system parasite. Macrophages grab their victims, trap them inside a phagosome, and flood it with acid that rips them to pieces. But TB evolved a thick, waxy coat that makes it completely immune to those acids. Worse, it captures and modifies the macrophage to be a perfect host. Like a tiny vampire, the parasite slowly consumes the cell. TB then replicates extremely slowly. Other microbes that make you sick multiply up to 60 times faster, exploding their numbers before the immune system can eradicate them. But the White Death is so well adapted to you, it has already won by being here. No need to rush things. When its host cell is sucked dry and dies, the bacteria infect new macrophages. Although these bacteria are stealthy, the decaying corpses they leave behind do activate a proper immune response. Your body knows something is up and mobilizes its forces. But once again, this is part of the plan. Macrophages and many other immune cells try to kill the bacteria, but that thick cell wall makes them a formidable fortress and resistant to many attacks, and it infects its attackers in the process. So when your cells can't kill them, they do the next best thing, keep the parasites from escaping. A granuloma is formed, a sort of white blob. In the center is a core of infected and dead macrophages, a pleasant home and food for the bacterium. Other immune cells surround this sphere of death to contain it, creating a safe space where TB can sit for years. Worse, it is perfectly protected from medication and releases chemicals that make it hard for your heavy immune weapons to be activated. This is the stalemate version of tuberculosis. The infection is sleeping and the bacteria is doing its thing. This is going on right now in up to 2 billion people. But in 1 in 10 of them, the disease will become active. Active tuberculosis is an emergency, but again, a slow one. If your immune system can't contain the infection anymore, granulomas burst. Suddenly, your lungs are filled with macrophage corpses and fresh bacteria. Your immune system panics and overreacts. Hordes of soldiers leave your blood and rush to the infected areas. They order inflammation and fluids flood into your lungs, but unfortunately, your lungs are not made to be a battlefield. In their panic, your immune cells don't care. They're running around with flamethrowers trying to purge the infection, but causing terrible damage. As fluids and dead tissue amass, it becomes difficult to breathe, and you begin coughing hard, sometimes even coughing up blood. And again, this is part of the plan, because now you spread millions of bacteria catching rides in tiny droplets. You burn a high fever and lose weight as your body is severely stressed. You turn into a ghost version of yourself. Even if you are treated, this phase can last weeks to months and is very serious. Insufficiently treated, TB will over months, years, or even decades slowly overtake your body. Especially for children or those already weakened, this can be too much, and the disease wins the war. The bacterium spreads to other organs, lung function breaks down, and the patient dies. 1.3 million people died this way in 2023 alone. The worst kind of problem. Tuberculosis is the worst kind of problem, a slow one. Instead of killing millions quickly, like COVID, scaring a panicked humanity into frantic action, TB is a smoldering fire, killing too slowly for our short attention span. The symptoms are often mild for many months, so you don't feel in danger. Tuberculosis doesn't want to kill you, of course. It wants to stay alive and spread. And to do this, it exploits human behavior. The people you are most likely to infect are your family and friends, coworkers, or neighbors, the people you spend a lot of time with. When COVID brought the world to a halt, the average patient infected 2 to 3 people. An active TB patient infects 5 to 15 people in a year. Most people catch it via breathing tiny droplets from a cough or sneeze. This is especially common in crowded, poorly ventilated housing or workplaces, which is why TB exploded during the Industrial Revolution. And indeed, wherever we see new, unplanned, and overcrowded urbanization, from Lagos to St. Petersburg, we tend to see a rise of the White Death alongside it. Today, most cases of active tuberculosis, the version that spreads the disease further, can be cured with a 4-month regimen of 4 different antibiotics. But if that's the case, how is this still the deadliest infectious disease on Earth? Between 1940 and 1965, humans developed several drugs to fight TB, finally making it curable. It was a true achievement of human ingenuity, but we didn't do a great job of distributing the cure. While tuberculosis is almost extinct in much of Europe, the US, and the Middle East, it is still a very real threat in most of the world. TB kills people primarily in Africa, South America, and Asia. In 2022, 2/3 of all TB cases were in just 6 countries: India, China, Indonesia, the Philippines, Pakistan, and Nigeria. Almost half of all tuberculosis deaths happened in Southeast Asia. But as it is a slow problem like climate change, it was ignored instead of fought aggressively, which enabled more and more strains of TB to develop antibiotic resistance, which is a problem because we kinda stopped making new drugs. In the first 25 years of the antibiotic era, we developed 8 different classes of drugs to treat TB. And then, in the 47 years between 1965 and 2012, we developed none. Developing new drugs is extremely expensive, and there was no concentrated effort to eradicate TB, and there simply wasn't enough profit incentive. There is a vaccine, but it's over 100 years old and not particularly effective. But beginning
Let's finish this first, because I'm gonna tell you a story about that next.
in 2012, we did finally develop 2 new classes of drugs that treat TB, and we may finally be at an inflection point again as better vaccines are on the horizon. Companies that made COVID tests also developed a quick test for TB. So we now have a real opportunity to push this disease back until it dies forever. But only if we get enough people to know about TB, like you do now, and to care about it. A century ago in the United States, there were almost as many hospital beds for TB patients as for treating all other illnesses and injuries combined. The White Death was a leading cause of death in the US, and then one day, it just wasn't anymore. And we can do this again. 4,000 people died of tuberculosis yesterday, and we simply don't have to accept a world where so many of us still die of a disease we know how to cure. The White Death has been with us for millions of years. It is time to continue our journey without it.
Oh my god, that was a really good video. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna let him
If
end.
you want to learn more about tuberculosis and the folks working to fight it through clinical trials and care delivery, and also learn how you can help, check out the organization Partners in Health at pih.org/programs/tuberculosis. We've put a link in the description for you. Also, if this wasn't enough TB for you, there's a crash course lecture on the history and presence of tuberculosis. We'll include a link to that as well. Steve, I'll see you on Nope, this isn't Vlogbrothers. Soon. I'll see you soon, Steve.
Okay, so I'm gonna share my experience with tuberculosis. I didn't get tuberculosis. As far as I'm concerned, when I was younger, as a baby, I did have tuberculosis. So the tuberculosis is is caused by a bacteria named Microbacterium tuberculosis. So it's a bacteria that actually gets to your body, but it doesn't stay. It stays there until it wants to like start doing the whole thing. And so, yeah, for a number of years, I was like, I was cured from the whole TB when I was younger. I think I was a baby back then, apparently, as far as I'm concerned. But I'm starting to realize that it may have stayed in me because eventually, when I was in Australia, there was like a big lump of skin that grew inside of me, but was like, I'm gonna show you the scar. There's a scar now. I'm gonna see if I'm, because yeah. So what you're saying there, yes, I was a carrier. I was possibly like a carrier at some point. I possibly had it, but thankfully my immune system protected it. I'm not sure if you guys see that, but there's some sort of like probably doesn't look that obvious anymore. I have to look at my like skin further. But yeah, basically once upon a time, um yeah, there was this big lump of skin that just grew inside like my skin. Like it just suddenly it started from a little pinch. Like it looked like a node at first, and then eventually it started growing and growing and growing until it was very noticeable. And I had to visit multiple doctors about that. I forgot the condition. I forgot what condition they used. Here's a good thing is. Hmm. Yeah. But anyway, I see. Yeah, so eventually, like they had to like do some sort of biopsy, obviously, because like it was kind of like it was kind of worrying. I had to visit specialists, skin specialists. Like I was like going even to the point of like, oh no, I need to like yeah, they have to surgically remove it and all that shit. And just going to the price alone, them talking about the prices. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god, like it was like phew. Oh my god, it was stressing me out really bad. Cause yeah, they were saying, oh, you need to go to the hospital and all that shit and do some tests. This may cost 3 grand just for like doing the basic things alone, like the basic tests. That was crazy. And yeah, eventually I got a biopsy. And so the beautiful thing about the government of Queensland, one thing that I appreciate about them is they're like having some sort, I think that's maybe it's like a federal regulated thing, but I'm betting at least Queensland, in the state of Queensland, they have like an organization actively protecting yeah, the community with these specific types of virus and other viruses that may approach, like may come to Australia. And yeah, basically after they got the results from the biopsy, that was a red flag. Basically, they receive a red flag straight from the bio from the results when they did the test. And so yeah, I had that microbacterium, but my immune system kind of suppressed it in a way, and so it left this big mark now. Instead of going to surgery, basically the government stepped in and like yeah, they had to buy well, I'm not sure. I think there's a lot of people from other countries as well, but yeah, they have very special medicines for them, and I had to like take these medications for like 12 months or so. Like I had to really take them. So I kind of did the whole I kind of went through the whole it's kind of similar with actual, if you do get actual tuberculosis. Oh, is this the one you sent me? I'll check it out. Is that what the one you sent me? Yeah, it is. Um, yeah, I'll check it out. Eventually, yeah. Oh, it's not. Okay. Sorry. What do you call this? Yeah, eventually yeah, after 12 months, yeah, it's finally, yeah, it's finally like flat. Like it basically got flat itself. Didn't need to do surgery. So I think that's good, like having like some sort, it's really good that the government stepped in and they have like that active organization of like, yeah, it's outside it's like a hospital still, but it's outside, like it's a center of its own. So they could actually focus on the condition and getting the treatment basically. But yeah, I wasn't contagious at all. It was just basically, I forgot the condition. I'm trying to search the condition. But yeah, basically the bacteria that causes tuberculosis was suppressed by my immune system. And yeah, basically stayed in there for like a while until it started growing and growing. So if that was left alone, that could have exploded at some point. And what's inside that whole thing may spread from my partner to others. That would have been like an issue. Like in here at least. Because yeah. Um especially during COVID as well. So yeah, that's my 2 cents about tuberculosis. And yeah, unfortunately, a number of people are carriers if they do. They still have it. Active inactive tuberculosis is what they call them. And yeah, usually if you do have to get through the treatment, you have to stay home. Like you actually have to like not interact for 6 months and take the whole treatment in order to like yeah, in order to not get the condition yourself.
I'm not
Oh my God, I hate myself. But I just want to say to that Mr. Disrespected a minor and a transgender woman, if he's listening, eat shit, okay? But I wonder what's gonna happen here though. Because, yeah. Like, he could have, like, I'm not really even, like, I'm pissed at him because
I'm
of
not
many things. Oh my God, this dude. Like, I do wish his career is over. I do wish he would look at other. I hope he got a lot of money from all these things that he's like, whatever he's doing. Because, yeah, I hope he used his money wisely. I hope he invested in good things. And, yeah. Anyway, sorry.
sure I've ever seen a story on the internet that has had so many twists and turns as Dr. Disrespect and Twitch has. And it's not just the current version of that, it's the version that happened 4 years ago when he was banned from Twitch. That had all types of twists and turns to it. And now this one just continues to get crazier and crazier and crazier. And I sit here at 3 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday morning, and I'm sitting here confused as ever, but we're going to go through the latest update on the craziness that is Dr. Disrespect versus Twitch. Here we go. So 8 Thoughts here says, this is why I changed my mind after crucifying Dr. Disrespect. Something is feeling off about the whole thing. Let me recap my position on this. I never trusted Twitch. I said I want to see proof before I'm going to believe anything from Twitch. The only thing that has been extremely damning towards Dr. Disrespect is his last tweet, where he admitted to having discussions with a person that he should not be having those discussions with. That's the only thing that's been damning. And he gave no context. He gave no further context as to if he knew, if he didn't know, if he, stepped away from the situation as soon as he became aware. Nothing. But we get so
I'm
much
gonna hide
more
myself
from
so you
across
could
the
read
internet.
the entire
It's
text.
wild. Legal Mindset here says, I've discussed repeatedly, particularly on my fantastic stream with Grums, Twitch has some liability as they settled and paid Dr. Disrespect. We just aren't clear on the exact nature of scope of Twitch liability. The Twitch minor bait theory is just one of many possibilities, but it cannot be dismissed yet. Breaking news. Now, this is from Call of Shame. Confirmed, Dr. Disrespect was reported by Twitch to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children when they were illegally recording whispers by the doc back in 2017. A full investigation was authorized and no wrongdoing was found. No illegal activity took place by Dr. Disrespect. No arrests were made and no charges filed. thus adding more weight that Dr. Disrespect is innocent, as this is indeed looking like a witch hunt by an ex-Twitch employees to frame Dr. Disrespect. Now, there's been some all of this with Slasher, who's an esports reporter, and in my opinion, in my humble opinion, I trust CNN more than anything Slasher has ever said. I don't know Slasher. I've never had a conversation with Slasher. And I want to make it clear that I never want to have a conversation with Slasher. I don't trust this clown for anything. All right. So he's been putting a lot of information out there, and he dates back to the original Twitch ban of Dr. Disrespect and his weird message that he put out back then. I trust nothing this guy has to say. In fact, I tend to believe the exact opposite of what this guy has to say. But a lot of this information that's going around out there, Slasher said that Dr. Disrespect was reportedly arrested. Of course, that turned out to be fake. Of course it was. Unconfirmed. It is also reported that the minor was actually a former Twitch employee pretending to be a 17-year-old girl and trying to bait Dr. Disrespect with entrapment techniques, while the ex-Twitch mods illegally recorded it all. They were all fired soon after and sued by Dr. Disrespect's legal team. They are very bitter over this, and is why the whole thing is coming out for the second time after it has already been dealt with. Dude, what the hell is happening right now? I don't know what to believe. And if his tweet didn't say what it said and the way it said it, I would be 100% on his side. But his tweet does exist, and it's terrible. It's an awful tweet. I saw this video, which makes a lot of sense.
So I've been ruminating about this Dr. Disrespect situation because I'm having trouble processing it, because my brain works very logically, right? I'm pretty good at putting aside emotion, just thinking about like what makes the most sense, right? And I can't for the life of me figure it out, because life truly is full of difficult decisions. There are a lot of things that are thrown at you. You have to make a decision that's hard. It's part of life. You muscle through it, you figure it out. One of the biggest layups that life could ever possibly give you is a decision like, hey, I know you've built this incredible career and you're worth millions of dollars, you have a family and a wife and a daughter, you could keep all that, or you could engage inappropriately with this minor in a DM. For me,
That's what I was gonna say after this. Like, oh, okay, so yeah, okay, I guess, yeah, but still, he admitted to talking to a minor. And there was the thing that came out about, yeah, I'm just pissed that he did that. Like, oh my god, fuck you to that dude. Disrespect your ass, bitch.
logically, that's like a layup. That's like, oh, I'm just
See, I don't even have the energy to get mad at him that much, because sorry, I'm still getting
that.
And my energy is still
Somehow this grown-ass man was like,
It doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense. And I'm so confused. And again, I go back, and there's Grums with his tweet. I go back to the most damning thing that I have seen is Doc's own tweet, where he said he was going to lay it all out there. I really don't understand it. And this is going to continue. It's going to continue to be the craziest story on the internet. I am fully invested at this point in time. This is a Dr. Disrespect drama channel for the foreseeable future. Of course, I'm going to cover other things, but this story is absolutely insane. And it's going to continue to be insane until we get some clarity. And I don't know if we will get that clarity or not.
You'll never get
But
it. They're gonna keep it because it's gonna be a liability on them. Twitch will never say it.
My biggest issue right now is his tweet. And I hope we get more information on his tweet. But I don't know.
Am I liable if I... Nah, I'm not talking shit about Twitch anyway. Like, I'm just gonna be calling them out. Like, they're not gonna say anything. Like, Obviously, these are people. This is not just like a single person.
Know if we will. I don't know when we're
But yeah, I guess they should go for a witch hunt to whoever did it, I guess,
gonna
right?
hear from Doc.
I don't
He's
know.
been demonetized on YouTube. I don't know what we're gonna get. I'm just amazed by how all of this plays out.
I mean,
You
yeah.
got
You do feel bad, right? I do feel bad that he kind of got like, like, why would he talk like that? I wonder if he talked to like someone before like posting that shit. Like, yeah, cause yeah, that was so weird to say at first. Like, I just want to say it's not weird to talk to minors, people under your age, as long as you're within that, you know. So,
guys, let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you very much for checking out this video,
Oh,
and we
fuck
will talk
it,
to
done.
you later.
I'm just like, yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah. I hope he comes back. Because I think he has an audience. But yeah, fuck that dude, honestly. I hate those kinds of people. I mean, I understand not being able to, like, if you didn't enjoy it, like, just, okay, fine. But Jesus Christ. Ew, why would you even, like, oh, I'm just, yeah. Anyway, ooh, what's this? Oh, is this? Oh my God, is this Ed?
So apparently,
Oh no, is that Ed? Oh, who is this? Who is that? Who is Boogie?
oh my god. Boogie's deleted a day's worth of incriminating tweets regarding his fatty token scandal. Luckily, I archived everything. Here is him using his cancer as a shield
Okay,
for criticism, openly admitting that he
Send me.
promoted a shit coin scam to
Send-
pay for the weight loss medication. He continues in the comments to admit that he promoted his scheme to pay for medical bills. And yes, the entire reason I did the silly crypto bit was to be able to pay for that, blood tests, a colonoscopy, and a
Why didn't you just tell your audiences that you wanted to do, like, oh my God, is that
Blood
just
didn't-
hard? I mean, everyone goes through those sort of stuff every once in a while. Like, some people do it annually. Like, I think you do, big guy. I do too for HRT. Like, that's like, yeah, I need to like get at least my blood check once in a while. All that.
city test. Probably not something I should type. LOL about though.
Oh my God.
So this is a graph. This is the picture that Boogie showed for how well his coin is doing.
And this is the actual zoomed out graph of Boogie's pump and dump scam.
Here's the full video he deleted. Okay, let's see the video.
Hey, what are you doing? Good. See, that's somebody that gets the fatty lifestyle. Do nothing and you'll be nothing. I see that a lot of you bought my coin because you
Meanwhile,
wanna
meanwhile,
be broke fat fuck like me. If you're holding my coin, your coin's value just went up. I had my team burn 50.
oh my God, Dr. Todd Grande talked about Dr. Disrespected a minor. Mr. Misconduct. Oh my God, he's putting his own flair on it. Oh my God. I love it. I'm sorry.
Tokens.
Boogie continues
I
to
just
deflect
noticed it on
criticisms
my
with his
screen.
girlfriend. He then uses her as a half-naked prop for his stupid shilling. Oh,
Listen up, all you top G's. There's some misinformation being spread.
I can't. During and after all these YouTube videos that came out today, the coin is doing better than it has in days. Y'all are buying it. This is better than it has in days, by the way. You sold what's left of your credibility for 10 grand. Not even 10 grand. You have to pay taxes on it too. I genuinely thought if I said don't buy it, people wouldn't buy it. I don't think that he sold what's left of his credibility for 10 grand. I don't think this part is true. Boogie could not sell something that does not exist. We got one more. Regardless, I still believe those crypto guys might find value in this. This is like, it's like if you cut a roach in half and it still is trying to get away. It's like, bro, nah, bro, I still think a meme coin can be funny and amusing distraction. And I hope that we can continue to fuck around with this dumbass coin. Even in his apology,
Wow.
he's still selling the coin. That's impressive. You know what the best thing about this is knowing that there's gonna be a CoffeeZilla video about this. They're already, oh my, already, oh god.
Yeah, I don't know who that dude is. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Why how are people just building this so easy? What the fuck? It's crazy. See, that's what happens if you don't have regulation.
No way! Really? You want to share with them?
Oh, okay.
Wait. How old are you?
17, it's not 18. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Nice meeting you. Okay.
Nice to meet you too.
Sorry. Bye.
Aw.
It's been nice.
Aw.
Guys, we ain't catching on.
Yeah. See, do you see? And this is another example of why, like, those sort of. Now he's feeling.
Dr. Disrespects here, and nor are we gonna make any Dr. Disrespects here, okay? I don't care if she's.
Uh,
17, 364 days old, okay?
How about your baby? If you have babies. Oh my gosh. But yeah, what does yeah. I don't honestly know what's gonna happen next, but yeah. I mean there's cake. There's cake for him, right? Did he get blocked for cake as well? Or is he blocked at cake as well? Or is he like, yeah, is he still on cake? I mean, that's another option. I mean, in the end, he's just playing video games, I guess. And there's nothing, yeah, I just want to check this though. Yeah, me neither. I don't. So, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I just want to say fuck that dude because he took advantage of a trans woman. Like, fuck off. Eat shit for the rest of your life. Okay? So, I'm gonna try, but nah. I'm gonna add a minor because he admitted to talking to a minor. So, I'm gonna be calling him out. Dr. Disrespected. Anyway, I want to check this video about payday loans. I'm not sure if you use payday loans, but it looks really good when you're desperate. So yeah, without knowing what's in it, and up to this day I think I'm still receiving some of those emails when I was like 19 and all that shit, and having like some sort of like crisis or something in my head, thinking about should I go home or should I stay? Should I go home or should I stay? But yeah, let's see.
And while that sketch may have been, so I have a proposition for you. Let me know what you think. I'm gonna give you $1,000, and then next year you give me $5,000, because you know you'll owe me. Oh, what's that? That's $4,000 more than I gave you? And you think that a 400% interest rate is a little ridiculous, especially when the personal loan and credit card interest rates I've criticized in my recent fake rich flexing video were only 20 to 30% in comparison? Oh, and what's that? I'm having a conversation with myself to introduce a topic and drive home a point? I would never. Okay, yes, I would. And while that sketch may have been debatably lame, something that is not debatable is the insanely predatory nature of something called payday loans.
How do payday lenders sleep at night? I have no idea
on
how
very
they do
comfortable mattresses paid on the desperation of hurting people.
690% interest.
That's
Is there a
disgusting.
bigger scam in America?
Maybe you've seen these shops out and about town, hyping up the promise of instant cash, or you might have seen ads for payday loans without even realizing it across social media. Videos about how you can quickly fund your next vacation, pay your rent without worry, or get the cash you need for whatever it is on your shopping list. The quote, "If something seems too good to be true, it probably is," should honestly be the tagline of payday loans. Because that is what they are, too good to be true. They lure you in with these big promises of money only to trap you. And as folks continue feeling financial crunches from unemployment to inflation, not to mention the new ways predatory companies are targeting young people on social
That's
media, the temptation will be stronger than ever to try one of these payday loan companies. Which is exactly why I wanted to talk about the predatory world of payday loans in this video. More specifically, let's talk about why they're so
Yeah. Yeah, don't go to yeah, it's crazy how they go like 400.
predatory,
Wow.
what advertising strategies these companies use to target vulnerable people, and what alternatives are out there if you do need cash quick. But before that, if you are new here, I'm Kara, and I make videos on the intersection of money, media, and intentional living. So if that sounds like your cup of tea, be sure to subscribe, and you can check out my other video essays I have playlists on, or my most recent one on how timeshares keep you poor. By the way, side note, because I'm sure someone's gonna mention it in the comments, I am moving right now, which is why my background is gone and is so blank. I tried sprucing it up with some succulents and this jade tree thing that my grandma gave me, but it's a little plain, I know. So definition time. What exactly is a payday loan? The name kind of gives it away, but it's essentially a loan that's supposed to help people who need some quick cash before their next paycheck. Say you're living paycheck to paycheck, you really need $500 to make rent on Monday, but you don't get paid until Friday. In that case, you might explore a payday loan to get you that $500 within a day so that you can get rent paid on time. Sounds good so far, right? Honestly, it seems like it serves a real purpose. Well, like most grifty, predatory worlds that we cover on this channel, from timeshares to multi-level marketing schemes to life insurance scams, the problem is in the details. See, the 4 hallmark qualities of a payday loan are as follows. Number 1, very short term. So where a personal loan from a bank might have the payment due in a year or years, a payday loan has a super fast turnaround. The expectation is that you pay back the payday loan by the time of your next paycheck, usually around 2 weeks. Second quality, small amounts of money. So this isn't like a home loan where you're taking out hundreds of thousands of dollars. These loans are meant to be much smaller to cover things like rent or emergencies, so they range anywhere from $100 to $1,000, but they can creep up into the thousands. Third quality, very easy to get. As in, payday loans typically do not require a credit score check, something that many other loans do require to make sure that you're likely able to actually pay off the loan. If anything, that's a huge selling point payday loans like to advertise. If you have awful credit, you can still get our loans. And as we'll talk about later when
So how did they make sure that, oh wow.
we discuss how these companies target people, this is actually part of their predatory strategy. And the last hallmark quality of a payday loan, like I hinted at earlier, are wildly high interest rates. Like way beyond anything I've seen while researching for my videos. I was actually quizzing my family on what they thought the average interest rate for a payday loan was, and they were already guessing high numbers like 50%. I mean, 50% would already be an insane interest rate. You would want to get rid of that debt like the bubonic plague. Credit cards, which are infamously predatory with their interest rates, have an average rate of around 22% these days. But the real interest rate for a typical payday loan, according to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, it's 400%. And some averages are even higher than that, depending on what US state you look at. This 2023 map shows a breakdown of the state-by-state averages, with some states like Texas and Missouri having interest rates over 650%. Now you'll also notice something from this map that restored some of my faith in our legislation.
What the hell? That's insane. 600%? Are you? Oh wow. Yeah, that should be illegal on a federal level. Like, oh wow, that's crazy.
legislative branch, which is that not every state permits payday loans. Those grayed out states in the map are states where high-cost payday lending is not allowed.
That's
It's
good.
a move that those states should be proud of because
Yeah, what the hell? So it's what the hell? What the fuck?
they're better protecting consumers and likely saving those consumers millions of dollars in fees. Not to mention the social turmoil that comes when someone gets stuck in the payday loan trap. See, because of those wildly high interest rates that we talked about before, some people get stuck in this payday loan trap that they cannot possibly keep up with the payments. Take the example that I started this video with. You need $1,000 for some emergency that popped up. So you take a payday loan of $1,000 out, thinking that by next paycheck you'll surely be able to cover it. Well, life
I used to watch
happens,
that
and if
show.
you were already
I
in
forgot
a
what
tough
it's-
spot
I think it's
financially
called
with no
Bad
emergency
Girls or
fund,
something.
chances are pretty high you'll still be in that tough spot in 2 weeks when the payment is due. And so you continue to owe that $1,000 plus the extra fees that get tacked on at the standard $15 per $100 fee. Meaning in 2 weeks you owe $1,150. In 6 months you owe $2,950, and in 1 year you owe $4,900. And that is just if you take out one payday loan. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau found that 3 out of 4 payday loans go to borrowers who take out 10 or more loans per year. That is interest on interest on interest into a
Yeah.
vortex that will drain you financially. It's like a money sharknado. And yes, I did just say that so I can remind the world of the
Sharknado.
cultural phenomenon that was and is Sharknado. As explained by
Sharknado.
American Progress's article titled "Young People Are Payday Lenders' Newest Prey," payday loans are often used to cover reoccurring expenses versus one-time expenses like emergencies.
Yeah.
So these might be reoccurring
So it
payments like
becomes a loop,
rent,
basically.
transportation, or even student loan repayments. One of the many problems with this is that payday loans, which are already designed to screw over consumers, are extra not designed with reoccurring expenses in mind. Think of it like a treadmill. You're running and getting tired, and then you're offered the chance for the treadmill to slow down by 5 notches, but only if after a minute it speeds up by 5 notches from where you first started. This pattern repeats over and over. Each time you might feel a small relief when the notches go down, but
Yeah,
soon
but-
you're still running even during the breaks. And now your original run
God.
has become a full-on sprint. And if you're now spending
Familiar. That's from Black Mirror, I think.
a bulk of your income trying to keep up with just the interest from these predatory loans, let alone the loan itself, that's money that isn't going to things you might really need, like paying your normal bills or buying groceries, or even beyond necessities. That's money that isn't going into local businesses or the broader economy because your disposable income is now gone. I mention that point because I feel like it's really easy for those of us who aren't in the debt vortex to feel like that world isn't really affecting us. I mean, I don't have a payday loan and I know not to get one, so beyond feeling sympathy, what's it matter? In my opinion, it is a lot more connected than that. For one, payday loans drain Americans of billions of dollars a year. That's billions that could be going to local restaurants, to paying for annual dentist appointments, to local artisans or farmers. Basically, that's money that could be distributed more widely throughout the economy rather than lining the pockets of payday loan collectors. And second, that level of spiraling debt causes social turmoil. It sends people who are already in a financially unstable place into even more precarious situations. And as research suggests, economic hardship leads to net negatives for society, like crime, violence, and homelessness. These are social ills that aren't only morally wrong for many, but they also cost us a ton of money every year. So even if something like predatory payday loans feels far removed from our day-to-day lives, their predatory nature and corruption still affect us. But back to those who are taking out the loans. According to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, 80% of people don't pay back payday loans in the set 2 weeks. And this is not a bug of the payday loan system, it's a feature. As in, payday loan companies target people who they believe won't pay back the loans quickly. Because if they did, how would they trap you into a 400% annual percentage rate? Which leads us to talking about who these companies are targeting and what advertising strategies they're using to lure you in.
Hey, anyone else getting sick of seeing, like, all the time on their For You page? Just fucking every third video is that. I'm not taking your payday.
Social media has become a popular way for payday loan companies.
Oh my god. Oh, thank God I don't see those. Okay, let me actually check. I'm gonna check my like social media as well. Let's see. Let's try hmm. Nah, thank God. No, I don't. Yeah, thank God I don't see those. Ooh.
To advertise to their newest targets, Gen Z. According to a 2018 survey by CNBC, quote, among those who are 18 to 21 years old, almost 40% have strongly contemplated taking out a so-called payday loan. You might have even come across these videos.
I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think I've been a victim of that shit. Because yeah, I do remember, but yeah. Thank God like I didn't resort to it. Although like I still like resorted to other options. Oh my God, it's just crazy how easy it is to get money from like banks and all that stuff.
Scrolling.
Especially if you've never like borrowed before. And yeah. Like
it'll be someone talking about easy places to find a loan or some quick cash without any credit check, and they'll list various companies to check out. But if you look deeper at those companies, they are nothing more than payday loan companies.
Oh my God, financial advice.
Let's take a look at this TikTok I found where this guy is walking through different companies to check out for a loan. The first company he lists is called Money Mutual, so let's Google it. Yeah. Well, that was fast. It straight up says payday loans in the tagline. So we know what that is. And let's just see real quick. They've got a nice 1.8 stars on Google. Awesome. With one review calling out, quote, horrible rates with crazy fees, and quote, I wish I
mean, someone would,
never used this service. And then we got one dude just leaving the word scammers.
You could be the first.
I like it. What I don't like is that this website boasts this weirdly self-congratulatory mission statement where they're like, why we do what we do.
Who's
and then
the
go on
guy?
to say
I don't want
about
the
how people
FBI
are
looking
living
for
paycheck to
you or
paycheck,
the
so they feel it's
CIA.
their duty to provide solutions and education. And granted, I do appreciate that they have this little section about responsible borrowing, but it feels a little disingenuous when right above it you have a section on the key benefits of unsecured loans and a breakdown of the main criteria to get a payday loan, which is as simple as be 18 and make at least $800 a month. I know I'm picking on this one website, but this situation is not unique. Tons of payday loan companies are out there doing this exact same thing, and they're being advertised in person and online, specifically to the people most vulnerable for financial instability. It's like kicking people while they're already down. Or some ads are not just kicking people while they're down, they are actively luring people in for kicks by dangling dreams of money flexing in front of them. Like this clip that I showed in my video on fake rich flexing vacations edition that comes to mind.
I just got a $4,000 loan sent straight to my bank account. I'm freaking out, dude, because now I can go on vacation.
This kind of advertising isn't just preying on people's desperation for bills to be paid, but also our desperation to spend beyond our means, from new experiences to new gadgets.
I went on a vacation I probably shouldn't have went on, and that's when a payday loan came in.
No.
Yes. It's a shame to see because I know that these people don't live in vacuums, meaning that we are constantly being influenced by media or those around us telling us that we need more. We have the fear of missing out. We feel like we have to flex, and that can lead many to spending beyond their means. And for some who fall into the wrong financial schemes like payday loans, that overspending can get them trapped into crazy predatory debt. With all this in mind, before I end the video, I think it's worth quickly covering some of the alternatives to payday loans. Also, yes, acknowledging that on top of the things that I'm going to cover here, having systemic changes to the way that we approach healthcare costs, housing costs, the laws permitting predatory lending, those are also relevant here. It's why, for my Americans out there, make sure you are registered to vote and vote in your national and local elections.
Oh my God.
I'm going to link down below vote.org's website where you can check whether...
Are you watching this wherever you are in this world, corrupted or not? You're lucky you're not having to pay a fine to pay out to vote. If you don't vote, I mean. Australia has to like pay a fine if you don't vote.
or not you are registered to vote, so go make sure you do that. But regarding alternatives
I've never
for
voted
payday
yet.
loans, there is a spectrum of options. Some
I don't. fucking hell. If I do vote to the Philippines, I'd have to like fly. I mean, they could just ship it, but it's just money. I don't want to waste
much better
money.
than others.
They're gonna pay it, sure, but
But I would
I'm not gonna be like paying my ship, like have it shipped back to the Philippines just
argue
for.
that all of these
Oh
are
my
way
god.
better than a payday loan. On the better side, you have the following. 1. Ask to borrow money from friends and family. Obviously, not an option for everyone, but if you can manage it, it's probably a much better option than taking out a payday loan.
Oh my god.
Similarly, some nonprofits will offer assistance for things like food, rent, and utilities, so you can look into whether those are an option. You can also ask your employer for a paycheck advance. Essentially, you make an arrangement with your employer to get
I've heard
paid a
of that
little
option,
earlier this time. Honestly, it's pretty rare and definitely a case-by-case basis, but it might be worth trying. Another great option is checking out your local credit union. Credit unions are awesome. They're not-for-profit financial institutions that are owned by the members, so if you're a member of a credit union, you might be able to find a really competitive loan to borrow money. There are also the options of getting some quick cash by selling some things you own, trying to negotiate with the people you owe money to, or picking up extra hours at work or in the gig economy. And if for some reason you really can't do any of those options, a lot of experts will recommend using a credit card rather than using a payday loan. Both are not good, to be clear. Best practice is to not use a credit card to spend money that you don't actually have, and they both have wildly high interest rates. But if you're comparing a like 25% interest rate with a credit card to a 400% interest rate with a payday loan, at that point it really is just lesser
Is it
two
like
evils. At the end of the day though, one of the best ways to
I see.
address
It's for
this
your
problem
house, I'm
is with
assuming.
preventative measures.
Because you
That's
said
why something like an
adjust.
emergency fund, which is usually 6 months of expenses, and something like a high yield savings account is so critical. Emergency funds help protect us from unexpected financial issues that pop up, and they help keep us out of traps that you might find in places like the predatory world of payday loans. But what do you think? Have you ever used a payday loan before, or do you know someone who has? And if so, what was their experience or your experience? Let me know in the comments below and what topics you want to see me cover next. And if you like this video, I think you'll really like my video on the viral TikTok scam. It's all about life insurance scams, so go and check that one out after this. Thank you so much to my patrons on Patreon for supporting this channel, as well as those on Buy Me a Coffee for always supporting. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for watching and getting this far, and I will see you next time. Bye!
Check this girl out. Her name is Kara. I like her. I love that she's talking. I think she could get the audiences of younger generations to kind of consider, but yeah. Oh my god. Let me see this. I want to see this.
With generative AI rising, should you pursue a career in art, game development, or VFX and animation? It feels kind of like a waste of time, right? It looks pretty doom and gloom. Now, I can't predict the future, but we can look at the past. Perhaps it'll give us some insight. We actually had a similar disruption not too long ago in the field of art. It was the advent of Photoshop. When Photoshop was introduced in the 90s, it felt like a meteor storm had rushed into the art scene. It sparked fears that digital tools can now replace traditional art. It'll devastate the industry. Automation features like Control-Z, along with photo manipulation, layer duplication, all felt really unfair to the traditional artist. It allowed art to create much faster, and traditional artists felt like they couldn't compete. It led to concerns that the job market for artists would decline. Now, we all know what happened. Did the creative industry suffer? No, the opposite happened. It flourished. In the UK, employment in creative industries grew by 30.6% from 2011 to 2018, compared to a 10.1% overall employment growth. Globally, the value of creative goods more than doubled from 2002 to 2015. This is echoed not just in the UK, but globally. Art expanded. You know the whole starving artist meme? It was no longer a thing. Well, to Asian households, it's still very much a thing. But there were more and more employed artists, and art became a very respectable job. So what happened? It seemed like automation didn't eliminate jobs. It created new opportunities. Digital art emerged, blending with traditional art to form new mediums. Artists adapted, using tools like Photoshop to enhance their work rather than replace it. New marketplaces and revenue streams appeared as licensing became a thing. It provided new additional income opportunities that people hadn't seen before. It led to a huge boom of digital art. New jobs were being created every second. I'm exaggerating there, probably not every second, but you get what I'm saying. There was more demand for art more than ever. Do you guys remember DeviantArt? As the artist industry grew, so did the tools. Automation became more and more, and new jobs emerged, also replacing older ones. People had to adapt. Now, AI seems way scarier, especially with news outlets reporting that we're gonna lose our jobs every second, with the media telling us how threatened we are. It's no wonder everyone is pooping their pants. Not only that, people are being laid off left and right. The economy is not doing so good. But is that actually because of AI? Also, we have seen AI do crazy stuff, from rendering full-on videos to full images, illustrations. It seems really like something that could replace artists. But hold up, horsey. While there are reports of job losses, the reality is much more nuanced. Our research done by tech.co is giving us some surprising results. Which jobs is AI replacing? Some jobs seemed riper for replacement than others. However, our research actually found the opposite, with writing 63%, design 51%, and language 50%, representing the tasks where AI...
Oh.
tools have no impact on removing job roles. This is echoed according...
That's just a perspective, though. We have to keep that in mind. That's one perspective from a writer on an article or something. Some people could present different data depending on which location you're at, and like the sub-industry, there's always a sub-industry behind an industry, right? Like the branches, you know?
Bureau of Labor Statistics. At least 200,000 creative jobs were added to corporate payrolls in 2023. Robert Half estimates that the employment rate for graphic designers and web designers was at a relatively low 2.6 and 2.9 respectively, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Research indicates that only 4% of jobs have actually been replaced by AI. Instead, AI is used predominantly to boost productivity rather than replace humans. So why might this be the case? Well, contrary to what the market wants you to believe, generative AI is actually quite sucky. It's not that good at the moment. It needs a lot of human output and look over and babysitting. And companies inherently just don't fully trust AI. You can't 100% predict that the output from AI is going to be good. Sometimes the output is disastrous. The other factor is that skills that managers look for when hiring isn't really replaceable with AI at the moment. Managers are looking for communication, problem solving, time management as being top of the list for what is important when hiring an individual. And more importantly, the value of AI skills in the workplace hasn't taken off yet either. In fact, only 43% of respondents said that AI expertise was at least moderately important to the hiring decision, the lowest score across their research. These statistics might shock you, and also you might feel like they're wrong, and you would have a good reason to feel that way. The trends, the sensational news outlets, OpenAI is going to replace jobs. It's like every article you see is about how their AI is going to take over creative jobs or how powerful their tools are. So I get it. But remember, these marketing practices are good for OpenAI and generative AI companies. They want you to believe that their generative AI tools are so powerful that they're going to replace you. It looks good for their stocks, it looks good for their investors. But regardless of this, new technology do replace some jobs, but they also create new ones and new opportunities. And the creative industry especially has adapted so well over the years. Automation and tools is nothing new. They've been coming in and we've been having to shift in the way we work for the last decade. Same goes for me. I actually was a traditional animator. Can you believe it? I used to draw frame by frame with a pencil and paper, 24 frames per second. And then I shifted my job into doing rigging and scripting, and then eventually to VR, and then eventually to motion capture. Where I started, my discipline is completely different to what I'm doing now. I too, as an artist, adapted. I started off as an artist and then ended up being a developer. And because I had this traditional art background, I actually had a huge advantage over my peers because I understood what good art looked like. Knowing traditional art gave me a huge edge in this development space. So back to AI, creative industry. Should you go into being in this industry? By now, you can probably tell I have a more optimistic outlook and that I'm more team human. Historically speaking, people have always figured out how to adapt. New technology will always eliminate some jobs, especially with jobs that are mundane and repetitive. Automation has always replaced those. However, in many cases, it will support a worker in doing a better, more efficient job, lowering the cost of production. When products and services become more affordable, demand generally increases. When demand increases, production increases and gives more rise to the industry. You can see this with the boom of the indie development space. Now more than ever, you don't need corporate backing to create your own vision. With all these automated tools, you yourself can create what you want with just your PC at home, with your laptop. It's amazing. There are more indie developed games out than ever before and more money pouring into them. And consumer trends are also trending towards individuals creating content rather than corporation. There's a huge power dynamic shift and I'm living it. Look at Twitch, look at TikTok, look at YouTube. Look at individual indie development houses popping up with animation and VFX and games.
Yeah, the expression. I think that's the best thing. Expression and information. I'm gonna subscribe to this girl because she seems to be a sci girl. Science. Oh, you sent me the picture. Okay. Oh, she's Korean. I'm gonna follow her.
It's too clinical, too precise. Are you sure you're not an AI trying to blend in?
Oh, she's doing that. She's interacting to the AI ones. Yeah, I've been like dabbling honestly on going to tech, but yeah, I tried I think I mentioned trying cybersecurity for like a month or something. I don't know. It's probably because of a specific dude in that class, or yeah, maybe I just didn't want to interact to people. But yeah, let me check. Sorry, it's my thing is loading. Sorry, give me a second. Yeah, but yeah, if I'm just thinking about it, because yeah, it feels like I feel like at the current state of AI, I feel like even like website developers may like basic web design. Oh, she's cute. Oh, so they had eat. Oh my, that is so cute. Yeah, I did hear about TwitchCon in Europe. So did they do it in every region, like North America? So you said they're doing it soon here. They're gonna be doing it in Australia one day. Ah, so they don't do it here then.
This Dr. Disrespect. Also, they gave a free shirt here because they were giving this one away because this Dr. Disrespect is in this shirt. See? He's on that shirt. So.
Sorry, give me a second. My boyfriend is my partner is calling boyfriend partner. What? Oh no, my mother-in-law dropped her shoulder at work apparently, and she couldn't drive.
So, yeah, so they wanna.
Sorry, I gotta pee for a second. That's where did they have TwitchCon last time? This year. Sorry, give me a second. Let me just like Let me just.
We're giving it away for free because they don't want to sell it.
Oh, they don't want to sell Dr. Disrespectful to minors and transgender women. Yeah, sure. Yeah, he deserves to be disrespected. I'm sorry. I mean, he said it himself, Dr. Disrespect. So, okay. Dr. Disrespected. Disrespecting minors and...
They don't want to sell it anymore. So, dog shirt. Yeah. Also, they gave a free shirt.
Yeah, that's funny. Is he supposed to attend the TwitchCon thing? And yeah, I'm just wondering, like, do they hold like TwitchCon in Australia? Like, I'm gonna search. I don't think they do, don't they? Because yeah, I'm just like very curious. Because I don't think there's that much of a crowd here, I'm assuming. Like, not a lot of people. But to consider that... Yeah! This looks nice. Where's this?
I'm too scared to do narrow. You don't want to fall. I'm too scared to do 360. The footing is very narrow. You don't want to fall from here as well, you know? Okay,
Aww.
let's keep going that way.
Oh my god, that's scary, that's scary, that's scary. That is beautiful though. I kind of want to do an underwater IRL stream. If one day, if I have the capital, if I have a capital, I would love to like do an IRL diving stream, like just with the fishies and like, ooh, look at this fishy. Say hello to the fishy. That would be so cute. Anyway, that is wonderful. Yeah, send me a short clip from the Philippines. Have I sent you? We went to Palawan. I can show it. Let me actually show you our trip to Palawan. We went to Palawan a few well, last year basically. I think last year, was it last year when I went? I think last year. Let me actually check my iCloud. It's right. Like last year. Oh, where is it in the Philippines now? Oh. Why are you showing this? How is this allowed on Twitch? That's really nice boobies though. I wish I had those boobies. Also Ariana. Ari. But yeah, I went to. Okay, wait. Let me actually show it because I don't have a. Where? Oh, watch full video. Aw, it's protected by copyright. Where's the context? What context? Where's the description? Is it this one? Is that GG delete video? Oh my god, that's a bad word. Don't yeah, that's not a good word. That's not a good word. But it means your mom's yeah. Your mom's Pikachu. That's what it's called. Your mom's Pikachu. Also, wait, Allah, where can I find my photos? I was gonna show you my photos from like Palawan because I do want to go to Palawan again. Your mom's WHORE is what that means actually in reality. Wait, actually, let me think. Oh no, actually, it means motherfucker. Actually, no, it actually means motherfucker, not. So no, wait. Yeah, son of a bitch, motherfucker. Okay, yep. Son of a bitch, motherfucker. Wait. So which one is it? What the fuck? Son of a bitch, motherfucker, son of a whore. Okay, yeah, son of a whore, son of a bitch. Yep, son of a bitch, son of a whore. Well, it's not really fuck. But yeah, we use it differently as well. As long as it has that, we can say it puta as well. Like just as an interjection, you know. Also, I was gonna show Palawan, but I guess I'm gonna show it on the videos then. Like, oh my gosh, yeah, I might. Yeah, it's a drag. It's a drag show for Pride Month. Yeah, they can get nasty. I hope that's a private place or something, and they should have censored the whole video. I want to see this. A former
Hey
bully.
everybody, welcome back.
She's an
Today we
exception
got
to the 25-minute rule because
story.
I love Charlotte the redhead. She's my number 32 number 5 crush. Also, I'm gonna put this in the thing for a second. 1 second. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Yeah, the Philippines has its culture as well of, you know, LGBTQ stuff, and yeah, they can be they can get pretty nasty. Like, yeah, I think there should be like that kind of line, like keep it PG, and yeah, then that's that's who's fault. That's on the organization then, because they didn't brief that person. Brief. They didn't brief them like, not what, you can do this, you can do that. There are children, and also the awareness. Be aware. Yeah, there are kids watching you. And I get that the Philippines can be the Philippines is kind of a harsh country on its own. A lot of elements and shit there, but yeah, that doesn't mean that you can just show those sort of shit in a public setting. Also, that was an Ariana song as well. Like, that wasn't like, that's not what Ariana wore. She wore a fucking, oh my god, she wore a fucking bunny. I have one. I have one on the top of my room. I have a bunny. I get what she means. Like, but that was way too nasty. Nasty.
About a violinist who turned down her bully who wanted her to play her wedding for free. We got bridezillas, we got petty revenge, we got bullying. Oh man, this is so on brand. And if you wait to the end of the video, I got a surprise for you. Let's react to these screenshots so we're all up to speed. Hey girl, heart eyes. Why is it always the heart eyes? Like, why do they always come in with the heart eyes? It's been forever. I'm getting ring emoji, married, and totally want you to play violin for my ceremony in October. It would be the perfect gift. Plus, you could use photos and videos to build your performance portfolio. Performance portfolio.
Okay, bitch. I'd rather you can record yourself doing your own portfolios if you want to. So,
oh, win-win. You know what that means? God, I've heard this so many times. For the exposure. Work for me for the exposure. Otherwise known as for free. And this was Tiffany Moore's response. If you guys want to go follow Tiffany Moore, her on Instagram is Tiffany Moore Violin. We'll leave a little watermark on the screen for you. Hello. 1, numero uno. It's rather bold of you to assume I'd give you a $2,500 service. Lol. 2, you bullied me relentless in middle school for being in orchestra.
wow.
Oh man.
What disrespect to the whole. Yeah, I hope she doesn't get any music. I hope this girl who's getting married is not gonna get any sort of music for her wedding, just so that we could show it in her face. How much we need to, like, how much you need those fucking people making those music for, like, motherfucker. I'm just.
Yeah, as a drama kid, oh man, isn't it funny how all the people that got bullied usually were bullied because they were good at something and they were actually good at school. Number 3, build my performance portfolio. You may not realize this, but I've been recognized by the Knot and Wedding Wire 6 years in a row. My portfolio dates back to age 12. I've been in the wedding industry for 19 years, which is another way of saying no. It's another way of saying absolutely not.
Eat shit.
Oh my god, you actually charge that much?
Oh, overpriced my ass.
Yes, you're very overpriced. Would you at least give me a discount? What would make you think, like, she's not even refuting the bullying claims, okay? She's like,
give me a discount.
Yeah, she's just going straight to the fucking.
Made your life a living hell in high school.
Is it high school? Let me just double check. Middle school, high school? Middle school!
Yeah, she doesn't have, like, that girl doesn't have that sort of, like, she doesn't get embarrassed at, like, you know the feeling when you get embarrassed at your past actions. I remember, like, I had a lot of experiences in my past that just gives me that secondhand embarrassment just thinking about it. Like, why did I do that? So embarrassing. Like, I don't want to be a part of that shit, from your past. But it's you. Unfortunately, it's part of you now. And yeah, she does. That bitch doesn't feel that. That bitch doesn't. No.
So yeah, that was brains are still developing. Trauma definitely happened. The audacity to ask for a discount when you're not even refuting the fact that you made someone's life hell. Yeah, the Delulu is strong with this one. I really want violin music for my big day, and it's not difficult music that I want either. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Honestly, Tiffany, I would have charged her a lot more than that. I would have said, like, $2,500 is still kind of doable.
Yeah, no, wait, 2,500. I charge like 10K and then 5K for an overnight stay at the location and some budget. You gotta add the taxes as well. You gotta pay your taxes.
For some people, I would have just said something like so ridiculous.
Yeah, $1 million.
Like, I don't even know what is ridiculous. Like, let's say $20,000.
Make it 50K.
To play violin at your bully's wedding. Even that just like doesn't seem like enough, you know? Like that is not enough. For me, not enough. Maybe in the
Make it
7
500.
figures we'll talk.
Oh wow, 7
No
figures to
way.
$1 million.
Help a girl out. Oh, a girl that bullied you in middle school?
Fuck off, yeah.
Okay. I want to be friends with you and leave the past behind us. Easy to say when you're the one that ruined the past. Tiffany responds, I already have friends, thanks. I don't have time to entertain your ignorance. Oh, wow, you're just letting her have it, eh? Good for you. There's some subtext there. Like, I feel like she really
Good
did a
job.
number on you, Tiff. Can I call you Tiff? We'll find out soon enough. What I offer is labeled as a luxury service. Ooh, that kind of had a sting to it, bestie. Clients prefer to invest in the wedding day entertainment with a seasoned professional who provides
Very good choice of words here.
exemplary skills, high quality instruments and equipment, and someone who is well versed in how weddings need to run efficiently. That, my dear, is why people choose me. Trust is valuable in this industry.
She doesn't have that. Unfortunately, she doesn't have that sort of like, you know. Yeah, she's just like a fly on the fucking cake. Needed to be like splattered out.
Okay, spitting facts, Tiff. Coming in with the lessons. You know, I find it so strange that someone would stoop this low. Like, they don't have any pride that they would ask someone that they bullied to play violin. Like, she probably thought she could bully you into playing violin or something. Why wouldn't you just ask someone, you know, that you don't have a prior history with? Maybe she just wanted something for super cheap and she thought she could weasel her way into that arrangement.
Yeah, some people like they bully you for your entire life and like they don't think it's bullying. They think it's making friends. So yeah, unfortunately these people have like gotten their lives too good, you know. They got too much of a good life that yeah, it's biting them back. So anyway, sorry.
So, are you available October 3rd? It's a Thursday, but I can pay you
Bitch!
$1,000, and that's...
She just like, wow. Whatever she said there was just like showed there. Like, bitch.
That's all I can afford for less than an hour of playing. That's not too shabby. Okay, again, there is literally no monetary figure that would allow me to stoop that low. Like, I'm surprised she's even quoting what she's actually worth. Like, I would have just said something so ridiculous. And you'll get major exposure because my guest list is 300 people. Exposure don't pay the bills, honey. Wait, my former bully is getting married on Mean Girls Day? No, wait, October 3rd is Mean Girl. Oh my God, it is. It's October 3rd. This is too much. I have to decline your $1,000 offer and also refuse to work.
Also, I heard that the new Mean Girls was, yeah, kinda, but I haven't watched it yet. So if any of you have watched it, tell me what you think. Cause yeah.
For exposure.
I have
Charge
no
your
idea.
300 guests a $5 entertainment fee and you'll have my music services covered. I don't know why you're even like giving her that option, dude. Assuming you realize the entertainment
Yeah, I don't know, girl, just don't reply to her.
fee suggestion is a joke. My answer is obviously still no. In the words of Phoebe Buffet, I wish I could, but I don't want to. Yes. Well, well, well. Who's the mean girl now? Okay. Go cry about not being able to pay your bills because you're too greedy. I think in charging $2,500 per wedding and not feeling like she needs to take less than that, I think Tiffany's covered on the bills. Besides, you're not even worth it and you suck. My, how the tables have turned. Ugh. I'm devastated, but I'm out of tissues, so I have to wipe my tears with the tip money I got from my clients this weekend.
I feel like this is like, nah, this feels
Nice,
like
nice, girl.
it's
That honestly, that response.
orchestrated. Like this feels like.
You thought we were done. Oh, we're not. There's more.
Oh,
There's
more, okay.
definitely more. So obviously Tiffany posted this interaction on Instagram because like, why wouldn't you? You actually posted our conversation on Instagram? What the hell is wrong with you? I should ask you the same question. I think you need to look in the mirror and ask yourself that question. You're just embarrassed for being called out on your ridiculousness and blatant audacity, thinking I'd actually agree to perform for you. You are so freaking entitled, living in Delulu-land! Oh, please, you're pathetic. I see nothing has changed since middle school. Be prepared to hear from my legal representation. You are finished. You just can't share a private conversation and blast me for no reason. You're the bully. Wow, funny how you're playing the victim now that you're the one that's kind of getting a taste of her own medicine. Take 5 minutes and look at the comment section. Turns out many wedding vendors have been manipulated by people wanting to take advantage. No, I'm not a bully, but I finally grew a backbone and put you in your place. Legal representation, baby girl, you couldn't afford my services, so I'm not worried here.
Yeah, true. Fucking hell, lawyers cost $500 just for a fucking $500 just to fucking I think it costs $5,000 to divorce. So bitch shit.
Lawyer where? Lawyer where? Let me tell you something, honey. Unless you can find someone to work pro bono, ain't no lawyer's gonna be doing anything for exposure for you. I can just picture a lawyer getting an email like that. My billable hours are $500 per hour. Tiffany, you're coming in with these fire responses. I love this for you.
Yeah, billable hours. That's what they call those. I think even accountants use billable hours. That's why they're being shunned these days, because like they just care about the billable hours, billable hours, billable hours. It's
Hilarious.
crazy.
I am living vicariously through you. I wish my former, like any of my former bullies would reach out to me and have the audacity to ask me something like this. Oh God,
Yeah,
I would just.
that's gonna be orgasm, TBH. That's orgasm if my former bully, let me actually think. Did I have a former? I guess I did have a former bully once upon a time. I did have a former bully. Yeah. I remember, what do you call that? Yeah, if they do ask for services, the best thing you just do is, yeah, sorry, I'm busy. I'll catch up to you. I'll let you know though if I'll let you know though if I'm available, and just never get back to them because bitch, that's a waste of energy. You don't need energy. That's just a waste of energy, and I'm not gonna have to.
I wish they know that they can't. I wish they would though. This is an open invitation. You're really a piece.
Such an evil, petty bitch. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. Upload the video now.
Piece of work, you know that? Using me for internet fame is really low. You're a nobody, just like in school. Once a nerd, always a nerd. Honey, the nerds growing up in school were the ones that ended up with the nice paychecks, so.
Congrats, yes, correct. Correct, sister. Correct, sister. The one you uploaded. Oh, okay. So you uploaded it before you. That is so sweet of her. That is so sweet.
Happily will choose nerd over peaking in high school. Seeking validation from strangers is really desperate, baby girl. Maybe someday you'll need a favor from me, and I can't wait to say F you, delete those videos or else. Is that the best?
Don't worry, sis. She's never gonna ask you for a favor. Oh my god, what do you have? Oh my gosh.
You can do, or else maybe.
I also have my just want to say how exhausting weddings can get, especially if you're gonna rely on family and friends to like create your sort of like wedding. Like, yeah, please no, please, if you're considering a wedding and you're like thinking about without like actually receiving an approval from them, like, oh, we'll do this for you. We're happy to do this for you, or we'll do this bits. Cause yeah, I have a cousin who got married and she got married with her partner. I think of last year, last year or something. But yeah, like almost everything was done by the family, the partner's family, and like, oh, that was really sweet, honestly. Like, I'm like, I feel happy that she's comfortable being with them, and yeah, you don't really need to spend a lot of money to have a wedding, you know. But then yeah, what am I talking about? I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, some people who are thinking that like they have this delusion in their head, expectation that, yeah, you're gonna be doing this, you're gonna be doing this, you're gonna be doing this, you're gonna be doing this. Nah, like, sis, try to first you ask, okay? You ask properly. Is it okay if, sis, can I ask for your help? You know, be nice about it. Jesus Christ.
You'll need a favor from me.
Like, sometimes I just like joke around people, like my friends, like, hey, can you find me someone to do this? Something like that. But yeah. Second is, don't pressure them into shit because they're doing you a favor. So yeah, let them take their time in
What makes
doing
you think that
whatever
anybody
shit
would
favor.
ever reach out to you after what you did?
Never.
Yeah, I'm a nerd, but
sis.
You know what's pretty awesome about that? I got a tribe of nerds who love and accept me for me. People I can count on for anything. The mean girl act isn't cool. It never was cool. I hope someday you wake up and realize nobody owes you a single thing. Videos are staying up. Listen, the only way that a lawyer could really like do anything about this is if like defamation of character has to be false. Okay. If you're just telling the truth about someone, all you did was post screenshots. If you're just telling the truth about someone, ain't shit she can do. Truth is, you made my already tough childhood even more difficult. While you were busy bullying people and starting drama, I worked on my talent and eventually made something of myself. I'm someone I'm proud of. I truly pity you. Thanks for the exposure, more than I would have gotten at your wedding. Oh, I bet you did. Girl, didn't you do like a daily?
Good job. I love it. Okay, good job, good job. She's really
mail
good at
interview
her
after
words.
this?
I
Hell
love
yeah.
it.
Well, look at you with your 15 minutes of fame. You're internet bullying me, but I'm gonna be the bigger person and let it go. Let it go, Elsa. Let it go. Let it go. Let this go. Let this go, eh? Okay, so it doesn't stop there. It does not stop there.
Okay, so
this
it's not done yet.
story
What the
gets
fuck?
even juicier. We got a DM conversation with the bully Bridezilla's fiance. Hi, Tiffany. This is
Fiance.
our wedding is October 3rd, and a friend of mine sent me your videos because the wedding date matched, and also Elsa grew up with you, so I don't think it's a coincidence. Those videos with the text are from her, aren't they? Hey, yes, the messages are from her. I didn't want to be the one to reach out to you, and to be honest, I didn't want to get further involved with her drama. Okay, so I'm really freaking out because she told me the violinist wasn't available and you were rude to her and very unprofessional. I mean, if there's ever a time to be unprofessional, it's when your middle school bully asks you to play her wedding for free. Would you be willing to send me screenshots? Because I feel like I don't know who I'm engaged to anymore. She's being secretive and hiding things constantly. To be honest, I feel like she's cheating on me too, so I don't know what to do right now. Oh my, okay. My, how the tides have turned.
Oh my god, I'm sorry
Let
to
me
hear
just-
that. Oh my god.
Yes, I can send you screenshots if you'd like. However, I don't wish to be involved anymore after sending these to you. As for my response, I feel like I could have actually been rude, but held back pretty well. Good luck with whatever you decide to do with this info. If you suspect cheating, don't marry her. I mean, I also probably wouldn't want to be married to like a bully. That would,
Yeah.
honestly, if I found out
True.
that someone that I knew, like a friend or like a lover, was a bully growing up, it's gonna be a no from me. An absolutely not. I'm honestly surprised she's engaged to a male identifying person. Hope you do what's best for you, Matthew. To be honest, like, Matthew probably doesn't know the majority of all of this stuff because nobody wants to admit that they were evil. Sorry, evil is a strong word, but you know, something equating to evil.
Yeah, like a bully. Why don't you like call her out like a motherfucking bully?
Nobody wants to admit that. They sugarcoat it. Like, what are you gonna say? Yes, 100% I'll marry you, but just so you know, I was an absolute horror to other people growing up. Still am. She sends the screenshots. Thanks a lot, I appreciate it. I won't bother you anymore. This is what I needed to see, even if it's hard. Sorry for how she treated you. She's pretty mean to me too. Oh, okay, all right.
Oof. Yeah, that's fucked. That's fucked.
Oh, this is the thing. What's that book? Isn't it called like Men Marry Bitches or Why Men Marry Bitches? You say that you want to marry a bitch and they get you excited, guys. They do. But the fact of the matter is, let's not be surprised when the bitches that you marry turn out to be bitches. She wanted a bigger ring and made me re-propose with one she liked better. I don't know what to do, but thanks for getting back to me.
Yeah, that's...
She did not. She did not. Get the hell out of here. No way. Why am I not surprised? Do I have your permission to share this chapter of the Bully Bride saga? I've got thousands of people sitting on the edge of their seats waiting for your updates. I feel awful for you though, and hope you can decide what to do in your best interests. Yes, you can post about it, that's fine. I'll even like it. Honestly, I don't know if a wedding is gonna happen. Well, thank goodness for that. My mom doesn't like her, and neither does my dog. Not the dog.
You can sense it if like actually how you treat dogs. Like when you have, I don't know, this, I guess this is just like, this is opinion, but yeah. The way people, like, if you're gonna date someone, see how they treat other animals, like pets, particularly. Doesn't have to be like, yeah, pets. See how they interact with their own pets or your pet. It usually says something about them, you know, as a person. I'm always that observant. I always observe, like, my eyes are like really like, I mean, at least that's what I think.
The dog even doesn't like her. Well, that you know there's something wrong. I'm sorry, but if a dog doesn't like you, and I've ignored my inner voice for a while. She's even alienated me from some of my best friends, so I've felt kind of isolated for months.
Allah.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. But hey, at least you realized it now.
Yeah, that's,
you
yeah,
deserve
at
better,
least.
dude. Don't ignore the red flags anymore. Dogs can sense things about people. Trust your
True,
dog more from
see?
now on. Literally.
true.
And actually, if you could keep me in the loop about what happened, my nosy ass wants to know how this plays out. I'm sorry. I mean, I would also like that. I would also like to know. Please give us an update, Matthew. And guess what? Guess what? Oh, God, you're going to love this. You are going to love this. I got the ring back tonight. Yeah! Hallelujah.
Oh, okay.
Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Praise be. God is so good.
Cold.
I told her I was going to get it clean for her, but to be honest, oh, okay, all right. I didn't want her to sell it at a pawn shop for cash. So tomorrow, I think, is the day I talk to her about things. Probably
Yeah, yeah, that's a good idea as well. Like, don't confront them with the shit. Kind of try like slowing down a bit if you realize you're in that situation, you know? Just kind of like pull yourself a bit, like, "Ooh, can I get this for a second?" And then, yeah, one day, let's break up. That way you have everything, and yeah, they're out. They're out. Sorry, I just gotta grab some water. Drink your water. Today is kind of gloomy.
Church because we go out to eat usually. I do love her and know she clearly has problems, but she's all I've got and maybe it's worth seeing if she can change, right? I mean, she hasn't changed since middle school. She also hasn't apologized for how she treated.
Not taking not a single thing. But look at that. The guy loves her. I feel bad for the dude. You fell in love with I think he fell in love with a facade of a person that she's trying to hide from him.
Tiffany, which means she's not sorry. Oh god, that kind of sucks. I thought that he broke up with her. God damn it. Don't do me like that, dude. Like, people like her rarely change. You deserve better. I don't know you, but you seem very genuine and have a good heart. She has problems far deeper than you realize. Ultimately, do what's best for you and consider your own future. Good for you for getting the ring. At least it's out of her possession while you navigate this whole situation. Thanks for the update. All right, we got a groom that's kind of moving in the shadows. I mean, would you break up with your fiance if you found out that they were a bully? Cause I would. I would. As promised.
Yeah.
I gotta.
Like if they don't, yeah. I mean, yeah. Honestly, what do you think? What do you think, a big guy? Do you think you would break up with someone just because you found out that they were a bully? Cause yeah, it depends on the situation, I guess. You know. I myself, like if they're like being mean to someone directly, then yeah, sure. But at the same time, there are instances where you fight back against the bull. Not really fight. Yeah, you just fight back against like someone bullying you or something. Um, so yeah. But if they were like, mean girl bully level, nah,
surprise for you. Maybe
No
we'll
way.
be able to get some updates from Tiffany herself.
We are sitting here with Tiffany, and she has graciously come down to the studio, and she just so happened to be in Toronto. So thank you so much for being here, Tiffany.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so happy to finally meet you and be here in person.
I know.
Oh my god, is this new? Oh my god. Oh, I like this. I like, okay.
She watches the
A
channel, and then she
podcast.
reached out to me. Was like, "Hey, like I hear that we should probably."
It's a podcast. That's cool.
Probably talk about this, and I'm like, yes, we absolutely should. I love this story. It's so on brand. We got some like petty revenge, we got bullying, we got a bridezilla, and we got an entitled bridezilla. Okay, so like it's like everything that's on my channel
All in
into
one.
one story. In this story, you talk about someone who bullied you in middle school reaching out to you for free work. Can you talk a little bit about like what exactly happened in middle school and how she treated you? You don't have to be like super specific so that you don't identify anybody, but like what was it like?
Well, my first experience with her specifically bullying me for being a violinist was in 7th grade. She would tell me that I sounded like a cat dying. And this was after I played at church, and I realized that she was just jealous for the positive attention I was getting.
Yes.
No one else in our church played anything outside of piano or singing, so I was really the first person to come forward and play an instrument, and I was really proud of that. And she told me, "You just sound like a cat dying. They're just complimenting you because they feel sorry for you."
That is evil. Oh my god,
And
that
I
is
went to the bathroom and
evil.
I cried. She
Yeah, that's not. Oh my god.
was
Wow.
so
That is
mean.
so mean.
Cute Taylor Swift song mean. But really, she really was. She was very awful. And it got to the point where she would have
Okay,
her little group
I'll
of
check it out.
friends talk to the boys I liked and everybody else in the youth group at our church and say, "You need to pretend that Tiffany doesn't exist. Don't look at her. Don't talk to her."
Oh my gosh.
So I would get on the bus to go to an activity, and everybody would be looking away or put stuff on their seats so that I couldn't sit down and be with them. And even one of my best friends, who I thought was my best friend,
Allah,
she was looking out of the corner of her eye at me like she wanted to turn against this girl, but ultimately she just looked the other way. So I went to the far back of the bus and I sat with these two girls who
Allah.
happened to be in my sister's grade, and they would be considered outcasts or unpopular girls, but I found them to be very kind. And
That is
I've never thought
mean. Oh my god, thank god I didn't have to like endure that sort of shit. Oh my god, why would you? I didn't know there was politics in a fucking school bus. What the fuck? Like, oh my god. Thank God I used to be walking like from home, kilometer. I would walk a kilometer when I feel like going to like yeah, I remember walking a lot when I go to school back then until like I had to go to high school and go really far for school. But yeah.
I've never thought much.
Even in my senior school, like I had to like even though I had to go to the city, I still had to like, hike. Technically hike through stairs. So, sorry, I don't know why I'm talking about like hiking and all that shit, but yeah, insane. Oh my god. Sometimes you just want to smash this sort of people in the fucking head sometimes so that they fucking get some sort of like awakening or something. But on Roblox, obviously. Don't do it in real
Social
life.
things like that. Like, this one's popular, this one's not. I'm not going to talk to you because you're not popular and you're not cool. I never saw them that way. I just saw them as kind people, and we became friends. And so having those relationships with them kind of got me through the youth group days.
Yeah.
Of
that's
having
good,
people
at
pretend
least.
that I literally didn't exist. No one would talk to me or
That is
anything.
so
Oh, wait.
traumatizing. Like,
Yeah.
it's so crazy that
But it's
someone
good that she had those like people to like,
did that to you. And like,
It just sucks that-
so unnecessary. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, how can you go through life thinking that that's okay? Like, I just don't get it. How did it feel to have someone who tormented you the way that you're describing reach out to you for professional services, and not only like for that reason, ask you to work for free for them, essentially?
Yeah.
To be honest, I was shook.
Yeah.
Like, I've had the same number since I was 15, so people were asking in the
Wow.
comments, well, why did your bully have your phone number? I'm like, it's not that hard to find me. I've had the same number since I was
Yeah.
15
Plus, she's a professional, so obviously.
years old. And so, it shook me to my core,
She would get
and it made me feel like,
connections.
oh my gosh, she's back. Because the bullying didn't stop in junior high. It went through high school and college, too. She ended up at the same place I was, ironically, for a couple of years before she was asked to leave.
Oh, she was asked to leave. Oh, there's some tea. Why was she asked to leave?
It's a very religious university
Oh,
that
I
I
see.
went to, and she broke some very core rules.
I see. Okay,
So-
got it.
Gotta respect the hallelujah when you go to Christian school. Gotta respect them. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Oh my gosh. You cannot disrespect the hallelujah. Praise the Lord when you're.
But
Got it.
backing up a bit. So
The tea.
we gotta get that brewing.
Yeah.
So before, I responded, I wanted to take some time and decompress and do some breath work because honestly, it made me start to have a mini panic attack.
For sure.
And I wasn't sure if I was going to respond. Like, sure, I could have easily said no or ignored the text, but I had a little time.
I love it. I love it. You gathered yourself, you brewed, you stewed and you brewed. And then you just like this text conversation was insane. Like you really let her have it. And rightfully so. Honestly, rightfully so.
And I tried to be professional about it. I think I was. I think I could have been much more petty and much meaner.
Yeah.
I feel like I was tactful.
I think that you were tactful for sure, but you were also, it was just hilarious. Like that screenshot of you, like with the money, like, oh my God, hilarious. So funny.
I had to.
You had to, Bessie, you had to.
I was out of tissues, and that was the honest to God truth. I don't buy tissues.
It was meant to be. The stars are aligning, You're here in Toronto, we're doing your story, and you didn't have any t-shirts, so you had to use some money.
Yeah.
Had to.
I think those
Why
are,
was it important for you
I think
to
those
stand
were $100 too, so.
your ground and refuse the offer even when she
Yeah.
offered to pay you?
Well, I think I was doing it for my younger self because I was never brave enough to stand up to her when I was a kid, middle schooler, high schooler. I was never brave enough. And now as an adult, music has really helped me find my identity, and I know who I am. I know what I bring to the table.
Period.
And
Yes.
I'm confident in my abilities, and I know my value. And it took me a long time to get here because I was a doormat for so many years. I endured not just bullying, but various abuses in my life, both at home and at school and at church. And I think for the first time in my life, I was excited to stand up for myself, and it felt good. It felt really good.
You should feel great about yourself.
She's turning to the bigger sister who is gonna protect the younger self, her younger self, from the same bully that's been like, cause yeah, she needs to be stomped over like a fucking cockroach.
And you should feel very proud that you've healed enough that you're able to stand up for yourself, because not a lot of people, like, first of all, not a lot of people get that chance, because realistically, like, that is delusion. The fact that she reached out to you and asked this of you, full well knowing everything that she did to you, is just so delusional. I don't think many people are that delusional, but you should feel very proud of yourself that you stuck up for yourself. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm like living vicariously through you. Honestly, it's like something inside me healed when I read that text conversation. Your story went viral on social media, like mega viral. You got the exposure that she was offering you. And what was like the public reaction to your response?
I was only expecting like my 50,000 followers to see it.
Yeah.
And maybe have a few reactions, you know, because my videos were kind of tinkering at about 1,000 to 2,000 views, because, you know, algorithm.
Yeah.
And I was like, no one's really probably gonna see this, you know, so it's okay. So I really didn't take much time editing the video or anything, and I didn't expect to get as much of a reaction as it did. I got a few comments, checked my phone, went to sleep. When I woke up, I had over 1 million views.
Crazy.
Wow.
And from there, it snowballed into now 30 million.
Yeah.
And on Facebook, there's 50 million.
Yeah, crazy.
On TikTok, there's another 25 million.
For sure.
I never expected my story to literally get around the world.
I know, but it like resonates with a lot of people, you know, like not only is it like, you know, you were being bullied by this person, you got your revenge. Like you got really put this girl in her place. And I think the other thing too was like even just all the updates, like hearing from the fiance and like how she was like mean to him.
Yeah, that was like another can opened. Another can of worm.
Which we will also get to
Another
as well.
can
I did have
of
some
worm,
questions about that. Congratulations, by the way. So happy that like, you know, it blew up in this way for you, and that like I'm pretty sure people would want to hire you just because of how you handled this situation. So
yeah,
props
true
to
they
you. And brave as well, because not a lot of people would put that on social media. You know, a lot of people would be like afraid, you know, again, of just public scrutiny. It always comes with that, right? Like when you're willing to share something like that on social media, it comes with a lot of like, I'm sure you had some people who were like, this isn't real, or like whatever they say, you know, whatever.
And
but
it comes with the territory.
What?
Naturally,
yeah, it does.
people will think, oh, this is fake.
Yeah, I mean, it's normal for people to like doubt things.
Yeah,
I doubted it at first. Until they were like, oh, the fiance talk.
There's no way this is real. I'm like, unfortunately, it is.
Unfortunately, it is.
And you know, I did get a lot of comments of people saying, "Oh, you're just making it up, you know, for views." I'm like, I wish I could have come up with this for views.
I think that, like, I mean, you probably would have put a lot more effort into the video if you knew that it was going to blow up.
No,
you know?
Exactly.
You know, like if
and
it was like this like big production, you know what I mean? But it wasn't. It was just you posted the screenshots and that's it.
And it just comes with the territory. You know, when you're vulnerable and you share something so deep like that, you will have naysayers.
True. Yeah, for sure.
You know,
that's actually true. Yeah, the moment you get a little personal.
No matter what you post, I mean, even on videos of me playing my violin, recording covers, I've gotten some really nasty comments even about my looks.
Yeah, of course.
And,
like,
you know, and
it just comes with the territory.
It does. And what I say to them is I try to respond with grace.
Yeah.
Because clearly they are hurting inside. If they have to go on a stranger's Instagram and comment on a pretty video of someone playing the violin.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
that's
comment
true.
on the
I know.
Oh
do you really find nothing else interesting about me?
I mean, like everybody gets it though. Like it doesn't even matter if you're a famous actress or like a model or like, you know, people who are like the beauty standard. Everybody gets it. Everybody gets the scrutiny, but it's like you're super brave for sharing the story. And I'm super happy that you did. How did you feel when you first got that message from the groom?
At first, I thought it was her creating a fake account to talk to me.
Oh, trust issues, eh? Got some trust issues?
Because at that point, I had posted, I think, 4 or 5 different videos, like labeling each of our text threads, you know, part 1 through 5. And I thought it was her creating a spam account.
Yeah.
But I looked and the account had like over 200 posts. It was
Yeah.
a clear photo of him with a link to his Facebook. So I was able to verify his identity right away because, first of all, I knew who he was because our circles are quite small. So
Yeah.
I know he's a friend of a friend. But the video had gotten to him through several of his friends, and they had said, "Hey, dude, you're getting married October 3rd."
Oh wow, that's how they made the connection, eh?
And I can't talk. Your fiance went to church and school with her
Yeah.
for these years.
Yeah.
You might want to talk to her.
Yeah, no kidding.
And so he reached out through DMs to talk to me. And again, I wanted to do time to research and everything like that and verify that it in fact was him. And I was a little bit relieved in a way for him because I was like, okay, he reached out to me. I'm not being spiteful and reaching out to him because that's
Yeah.
not my place. But people in the comments were, of course, saying, like, Tiffany, you need to reach out to him. Like, this is only right. I'm like, no, that's not my place.
But
You
he
know,
did.
If the universe wants our paths to collide, he'll find me.
I mean, I feel like he was the one kind of spearheading that conversation and like kind of wanting to know like the
Yeah.
details.
He was
Clearly
like,
he didn't know.
obviously he was like seeing another side of like the girl. I mean, yeah, he kind of had the right to figure that out.
know
because,
everything about her.
Yeah.
But then again, he kind of did because he said that she was like mean to him too, and like his
That's
dog
true.
didn't like her. And
He had like some sort of like, yeah, the background. Sorry, I gotta pee again. Also, my mother-in-law may arrive in a bit. Cause yeah, just like I said, she broke her shoulder. Also, I'm gonna be practicing the ukulele later, so don't be a hater, okay? Major hater. Okay, sorry, I'm back for more. I'm almost done with this video drama.
like, I'm sorry, that is like a surefire sign. If
That says enough right there.
if a dog doesn't like you, like,
Yeah.
Questionable.
Questionable. There were some redacted screenshots from the groom that you sent him that he asked for. Can you tell us like a little bit about what was in those?
Yes. So additionally to the ones I had posted on Instagram, I sent him other texts from his fiance to me, further proving how much of a bully she really is. Just the way she was speaking to me was just beyond
the way,
cruel.
the words and all that.
Yeah.
And not only
Hasn't changed.
It hasn't changed.
No.
So she snapped from real quick wanting to be like, hey girl.
Yeah.
And I just want
Yeah.
to leave the past behind us, to all of a sudden like, you're the scum of the earth, you know.
Yeah.
You're a bitch, you know, and all of this stuff. And criticizing my looks, my weight, my social media, saying, you know, you look really dumb on social media, you try too hard. And I was thinking, is that the best you can do?
Yeah.
And then
Wow, that is,
having the audacity, even in the script,
like that energy, right?
That's the
That
one I
energy for them to say that, like Jesus Christ.
Calling me
I
a-
mean, like sometimes, yeah, I'm being honest about what I'm saying, but like, yeah, that's the honesty. But Jesus Christ, you wouldn't think it'd be that negative. Like even that is like fucking. Oh, it takes energy being negative. Like,
Yeah, that was so dumb.
like we are in our 30s, bestie, honey.
I'd rather be a nerd than peak in high school. So
yeah.
Like we are in our 30s, like
Oh, they're on their 30s as well. Like that's great. Oh, she looks young though. She looks younger than 30. I didn't know she was 30 years old. I didn't
Nerd
know.
is the best
Nerd,
you
yeah.
can
She looks like a 20 years old, 25-ish years old girl, 23.
do.
it's like typical bully talk. You know when you see like bullies in like TV shows and
Yeah.
dweeb. Okay.
It's like,
yeah.
but you know, then I came back with, you know what? I am a nerd. But you
Yeah.
know what's really cool about that? I've got a whole tribe of nerds who love me and accept me for me, who I can count on for anything, which is the truth.
That's
Like,
what's up.
I mean, sure, I'm a nerd, I'm a dork, I'm a weirdo. But guess what? So are all my best friends.
I'm
We're
a
all
dork.
a little weird.
Everybody's a little bit nerdy. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
And
a
the people who love and accept
nerdy.
you don't care
They
about
don't care.
that.
Sorry.
No, that's what makes people interesting. I just have one last question just to wrap up this video. Is the wedding still on?
No.
Goody.
I'm so proud of him.
Oh, good. Good for him.
I'm so proud of him.
Good
you know,
job.
and it makes me so happy for his dog too.
Yeah. Oh my
Oh,
God.
true.
The dog. The poor dog.
Because yeah, the dog would
so
have to
happy for his
suffer.
dog.
It's gonna be the dog or her. I bet. Like if they did get married, it's gonna be the dog or me. She's gonna be saying something like that.
So happy for that dog.
That he doesn't have to endure her.
Yeah.
No, and you know, he was totally ostracized from his friends. His mom didn't like her. You know, and his
Oh.
friends were completely stripped from him. He didn't get to spend time with them like he used to.
Yeah.
So I really hope going forward he can create the life of his dreams.
For sure.
Because he deserves that. And he deserves to be with someone who sees him and loves him for who he is without trying to change him or keep him all to themselves.
That's what's up. You heard it first from Tiffany Moore. Thank you so much for joining us, Tiffany. I really appreciate you being here. I'm glad it worked out. I can feel the light changing, beating on my head. So we're going to wrap this up. Do you want to say it? You wanna subscribe? You want to say it at the same time? Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
I like her. She's an exemption to my rules. The biased bitch. You got a problem with that? Hmm? You gotta go to the complaint center, which doesn't exist. Also, I'm gonna hide myself because I'm gonna do some behind the scenes footage. So yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna watch what you sent me, big guy, now. Oh my god, would you
I
survive?
recently told my boss that I am looking for a new job and that I would be leaving
Oh shit.
his company
Okay,
within
and-
4 weeks. I recently
okay.
told my boss that I am looking for a new job and that I would be leaving his company within 4 weeks. When I had a few offers, I met with the boss and discussed them with him, especially since one of the offers is a current client. He said that he wishes me well and that he will waive to the non-compete clause, as the client is
I
not
wouldn't mind. Yeah, I
changing
don't
any
mind.
services with his
I'd watch
company. A
anything,
few days
TBH.
later, my boss calls me and says that he feels that it is fair that I pay 20% of my new salary as a conversion fee to his company.
What the
What?
fuck? What the fuck is a
He said
convert?
that it was because
Where
of him
did
that I
that
was able to
conversion
interact
fee
with the
come
company,
from?
and most
Where did that fucking come from? Oh, my mother-in-law is back. I'm just gonna show myself real quick. I'll be right back. You're gonna have to give me a few minutes, okay? Because yeah, my mother-in-law is here and she hurt her shoulder, like I mentioned. So yeah, I gotta like, see if everything's okay. But I'll be back in like a few minutes. Trust me. Trust in the name of the, who it is. The God. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Bang a bang a bang bang. La tu 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 ti tu. La ta 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 yo tu 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 ti tu. Also, I appreciate you being here, big guy. Thank you. Okay, sorry, I'm back. I'm back. I'm so sorry about it. I just had to also make some rice because I'm hungry at the moment and I kind of want to make something quick. So I'm just gonna have some eggs with it. Also, yeah, I'm gonna play that video now. Aw, she's doing okay. Apparently one of her kids from childcare pulled, you know how what kids do. They fucking go all heavy on you like a fucking like fucking 50 kilo dumbbell, something like just started becoming a koala. But yeah, basically the moment the kid did that, her shoulder, like, yeah, basically yeah, unfortunately yeah, basically just it happens, like when you're, especially given her age as well. And yeah, probably the kid as well. I think the kid did a little bit too much force when he did the whole tantrum. I think a tantrum is what you'd call that. And you get what I'm saying, big guy. But yeah, she's doing much better now. She's just here at the moment, and I'm telling her to not do anything too much because um I don't want her dislocating her shoulder. That'd be scary. Um anyway, we'll continue watching this.
I recently told my boss that I am looking for a new job and that I would be leaving his company within 4 weeks. When I had a few offers, I met with the boss and discussed them with him, especially since one of the offers is a current client. He said that he wishes me well and that he will waive to the non-compete clause, as the client is not changing any services with his company. A few days later, my boss calls me and says that he feels that it is fair that I pay 20% of my new salary as a conversion fee to his company.
Conversion free.
What?
Fee. Where did
He
that
said
come
that it was
from?
because of him that I was able to interact with the company, and most recruiters charge 20% of the new salary as a
I didn't know he was a fucking, what the fuck? So he's a recruitment agency is what he's, oh, what the fuck? That is dumb.
fee.
Yeah, I'd go back to my old job.
Oh my God. I mean, firstly, you're not a recruiter. But secondly, you didn't do the recruitment. They got the job and all you did was ask him if you would waive the non-compete, which is like,
yeah, like if you want to, yeah,
a really reasonable request and a really common thing in business. Like, he's asked for 20% of your salary.
To think about it, it's talent as well. Talent wasted.
As a conversion fee to the company. Like, the candidate doesn't pay the recruitment fee. The company does. So if he really wants it, ask them. That is just so weird and odd. Like, what is his problem? Text message from boss. Good evening. I was reviewing the cameras from our shift today and noticed that you were sitting on a stool for the majority of your shift. This is
what the fuck? Oh my God, that's my nightmare at fucking, like, because I'm not gonna lie, I go to the bathroom and I be watching memes on the bathroom while doing a pee-pee. So I'm like, ad. That's what I do. Like, and apparently my boyfriend does it while he's shitting at work as well. Sending memes. Because, yeah, that's the only time you could get the time. So, but yeah, to actually regulate toilet time and all that shit and observing those sort of shit. Fucking bitch!
Completely unacceptable behavior, and we'll be discussing it tomorrow before your shift. Wow. Okay, they responded. I cleared it with the other person. I have 2 broken bones in my left foot. Doctor documented. Aside from that, I'm not sure if you're...
I know. Sitting down is what I'm saying. Sitting down. Gosh.
aware, but we do have a ranked list for packing displayed directly above our stations. My efforts earned me first place today. So just to be clear, my impressive performance was overshadowed by the fact that I wasn't uncomfortable enough whilst doing it. Yeah, good for you. Like, what a weird message to send. And they've actually responded. I'm really not appreciating your attitude. You could have just said the first part where it was cleared with another lead instead of being disrespectful.
You know, I thank God I've never had that sort of manager, but I've had like I have a coworker who would crying at me because our fucking team leader called her mom because she was going through some sort of like I think she was going through a breakdown or something. She wasn't like happy with the job, you know, with the abuse the abuse that the customers tell you when you're working, you know. It's like having a brave face on. But yeah, basically she was crying, and yeah, our team leader called her mom, and yeah, her mom basically called her and like yeah, berated her, which is really especially as an adult too.
This type of behavior isn't going to get you anywhere here. How have they not come back with, you're right, I'm really sorry, that's my bad? That's the only acceptable response from the boss at that point. So for them to double down on now picking up on their attitude is unbelievable. So they responded again, hey, thanks for wasting my precious off time with some garbage you didn't bother to investigate beforehand. Brilliant. Seriously, what you claim to be the pinnacle experience there, I achieved it and I got grief because I was sitting there whilst doing it. You guys need to get your priorities straight. It is no wonder that you have such difficulties retaining staff. I'm not concerned with going anywhere there. It's a toxic environment with ignorant people at the helm. I won't be in tomorrow or ever again. And the boss responds, we don't need to rush to you leaving. Let's talk in the morning and we can sort this out. No thanks. Have a good life. Yes, good for
fucking hell. Why would no way I'd work for like that sort of shit.
Like that, these petty people who just get given this sort of tiny bit of power and just instantly. Like, think about it. He reviewed the footage and watched his employees sit down and then sort of clocked it. Like, didn't check, didn't just went straight for blame and then doubled down when it was pointed out it was wrong, doubled down. And so the employee quit. So yeah, great management. You've lost a good employee. Oh, what's the point? Like, what an idiot. The employee sent this message at 8:29 a.m. I'm at my desk. You are late. Thank you. Very passive aggressive. Thank you. What? I'm late? Yes. Your day starts at 8:30 a.m. Yes. I messaged you 5 minutes ago. Nope. You messaged me at 8:34 a.m. Just sent you a picture of my message where it says 6 minutes ago. I'm not going to argue. I have 8:34 a.m. I mean, is this person stupid? I don't know if this comes across, but like it literally is.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, that's gonna piss me off. What the fuck?
Timestamped.
Like, what the fuck? What's with this? I hope no one's getting that sort of like power tripping from anyone, because yeah, that's not worth it. You should be empowered by these sort of like managers are there to like empower you and communicate on behalf of your basically like some sort of like middleman between the management and you. So what the fuck?
8:29, this person's message saying I'm at my desk, and he's actually arguing that it came in at 8:34. So one, can you be more wrong? Two, calm the fuck down, right? Like, we're adults. If you're a little bit late, it's fine. Like, just don't be that person just sitting there watching a clock. Like, you must have better things to do in your life than that. Like, I feel desperately sorry for people who are that petty about time. And then three, like, when you're clearly wrong, you then double down and just do that arsehole boss thing where they go, well, look, I'm wrong, but I'm more senior than you, so you're wrong. It's just like, oh, come on. Just be better. Like, why are these people in management positions? Because that's the problem, right? It's like this poor junior. Like, what's that junior meant to do? Like, they are so clearly right. They were there on time, and they're just having to have this weird conversation. Oh, whoever this is, I'm so sorry. That's just a shit boss, isn't it? 3 weeks ago, one of my co-workers lost a relative. She's been off work on bereavement and family leave. Our boss isn't happy with her being off for so long. I mean, she's had a death in the family. Like, calm down.
Yeah, imagine the preparation that they have, like people who are grieving have like on top of that emotional grieving and the process, they also have to like do the after work, the papers. Sometimes it has something to do with like splitting the will, all that shit. Sometimes I hate having, I have my experience with my parents having to like see them talk about those sort of shit. Yeah, it's a lot. So
since it is out of his control and he doesn't get to approve or deny her leave in this case, the HR department is in charge of that. I mean, here's exactly why the HR department is in charge of that. I've been doing my best to ignore him whenever he complains. Last week, my boss gave me an envelope with my coworker's name on it and told me to leave it at the grave of my coworker's relative. What? He said it was a condolence card at first, but I didn't buy it because our workers already sent a card. When I asked him about it again, he said it was a note with some work-related items only she knows about and he needs answers ASAP and she won't answer her personal phone when he calls her. He gave me directions to the cemetery and everything. Fucking hell, that is
report HR. Hello, HR.
absolutely outrageous. I mean, what are you doing calling her personal number when she's dealing with a...
Yeah, she's dealing with something personal and traumatic in some families, especially if it's sudden, unexpected. Unfortunately, that will cause someone's emotional strength, I'd say.
death in the family, but two, like that goes way beyond like bad manager. That is pathologically
that's not
sociopathic. Like what? I mean, basic humanity, right? Like, fucking hell, I'm absolutely staggered by that one. Okay, leaked email from someone very senior at a very famous restaurant chain. Team, everyone has heard that gas prices continue to rise. The advantage this has for us is that it will increase application flow and has the potential to lower our average wage. Wow. How, you ask? Most of our employee base and potential employee base live paycheck to paycheck. Any increase in gas prices cut into their disposable income. As inflation continues to climb and gas prices continue to go up, that means more hours employees will need to work to maintain their current level of living. Holy shit. That is wow. So bear in mind, this person is very successful and are completely set financially, right? And they've gone, financial crisis looming. Do you know what we can do? We can squeeze our employees. And he actually references the employees who are on the least, the ones who are living paycheck to paycheck. And he's going, don't worry, guys, this is a fantastic opportunity just to really try and milk them. Because what we can do is, because the inflation's going up, we're not going to raise prices, pay. What we're going to do is we're going to just make them work extra hours because they'll have to, because they're living paycheck to paycheck. And this is where I get really sick, is what's followed up is he sent this to a few people, I assume some underlings. And
did he just, I feel like that's discriminatory in a way, like to a class or something. I don't know, to employer relationship, to like actually like call them out. Like, I hope they weren't called out in like the whole, in the whole work email or some sort. Cause that's fuck.
People have come back and gone, this is the first response. Great message, sir. Oh, like the sycophancy is just disgusting. And someone else has written words of wisdom from Wayne. Like, this is how these people think they're brilliant, right? Is you've got these desperately brown-nosing people just sort of hanging off their every word. But like what he said is so unacceptable, right? To deliberately target the ones who are on the least by saying we can squeeze their wages and therefore make them work longer is so you just don't need to do it this way. You just don't. And I don't know why companies don't realize that.
Yeah. Fuck no. No amount of money. Yeah, he does. He looks interesting. I'll subscribe to him. It's interesting. Yeah, no amount of boss is worth that fucking shit. Honestly. No amount of money or benefits. And yeah. The people who can tolerate it, good for them. Good for them. They can be as much of a yes man or a punching bag as much as they can, like, to these fucking tyrants of people. But yeah, not good on a company, like for a person making decisions on behalf of a company, influencing other workers. Not good. Not good. Not good, not good, not good. Yeah. Oh, what is Tristan? Oh, that sounds very tragic. I don't really want to take you there, guys, because, you know, I'm not really feeling that sort of shit. But, yeah. Ooh. Whoa, $1 billion scam.
Northern California couple pleading guilty to a massive Ponzi scheme. Prosecutors say Jeff and Paulette Karpoff defrauded investors out of $1 billion.
The stories of inventors are usually filled with inspiration and ingenuity. A story of humble and sometimes downright tragic circumstances that can turn around in the most majestic of ways. At first glance, this appears to be the story of Jeff Karpoff. He was a 36-year-old, jobless ex-mechanic who lived in a rundown house with his wife and kids. He was at rock bottom because all of his previous attempts to find financial stability had failed. But then, out of desperation and sheer happenstance, he invents a groundbreaking product, or at least he thinks so anyway. His invention gains incredible momentum, and within a few short years, he's transformed from being broke to a millionaire. The invention? A mobile solar generator. Even without a formal education, investors poured millions into his company. Even a US bank and Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway got involved. But beneath the surface, it was all a scam. In the end, the scheme reached over $1 billion. That's right, billion with a B. This is the story of Jeff Karpoff and how he orchestrated one of California's most significant frauds in its history.
You are watching Fusion TV.
Wow, that's interesting. I'm gonna check it out. DC Solar.
Jeff Karpoff wouldn't be described as your typical visionary. He was an ordinary guy who enjoyed watching motor racing and baseball games. His goals were simple: make a decent living and provide a comfortable life for his family. He grew up poor in the gritty town of Martinez, California. It was a bleak backdrop. Oil refineries billowed smoke and crime was rampant. Karpoff would later describe the town as, quote, where the sewer meets the sea. This description may have been a bit of a stretch, but it captured the essence of the place. From an early age, Jeff learned to fend for himself, and he dabbled in various odd jobs. He floated around life on the edge of society. Brushes with addiction, petty crimes, and drug dealings were his early adult years. His marriage to his high school girlfriend, Paulette, offered a glimmer of hope. Together, they started a successful Land Rover repair shop. This showcased Jeff's talent for fixing cars and attracting loyal customers. However, a disastrous business decision led to the shop's closure in 2007. After that, financial desperation pushed him back to selling drugs again to make ends meet. Perhaps these early struggles set the stage for Jeff Karpoff's journey towards a fraudulent path. Jeff, now 36 years old, had lost his business. He had no money, mounting debt, and a mortgage to pay. Peddling drugs forever was not a feasible option. He needed a fresh start, and he got one when he landed a job as a solar panel salesman. He then realized something. People were interested in solar, but they were worried about their panels getting stolen. And this gave him an idea. What if he could make panels mobile and versatile? He imagined hooking them up to a trailer that could be moved and parked anywhere. Having never gone to college, Jeff Karpoff knew nothing about engineering, but he was a skilled mechanic, and he did like to tinker with things. So, he drew up a plan on the back of a napkin and called in his car mechanic brother-in-law. Through trial and error, they hacked together a contraption with 2 rows of 5 solar panels mounted on a rotating beam. The entire apparatus was constructed in a way that could be locked and tilted for easy transportation and sun exposure. One could say that it was nothing special, maybe even something a couple of blockheads could have come up with. But as fate would have it, this tinkering project would make history. And, well, not in a good way. Meanwhile, the portable generator market was huge and growing. It was worth nearly $3 billion a year. The potential was massive. Although Jeff and his brother-in-law had no clue of this, they didn't know how big the market was or even how to tap into it. But as time wore on, Jeff didn't think much of the initial idea at first. However, an old customer from back in his car shop days, Dave Watson, saw the potential. Watson was a software consultant in the affluent Bay Area, and he knew a thing or two about investment. So he offered to help Karpoff and his wife start their company, DC Solar, and it was to launch in 2008.
By making solar mobile, we've redefined energy independence. With that, we can provide solar light towers, solar power electric vehicle charging stations. The possibilities are endless.
It sounds like a
At the
good
same
idea.
time, Watson and his associates would handle marketing. And this is where things really got cooking. The initial plan of attack was to aim sales at Hollywood. At the time, movie sets were powered by noisy diesel generators. Portable solar panels could be a perfect, quiet alternative. The initial feedback was positive. Some big movies like Inception and Valentine's Day gave them a shot, and the idea caught on. Even famous environmentalist actor Leonardo DiCaprio showcased the panels on his Facebook page. It was the perfect organic promotion. This was 2009 after all. Back then, the public would basically lap up practically anything that a celebrity would endorse. Jeff may not have been a visionary, but he understood the power of networking, and he went all out. From posing as a big shot entrepreneur, to attending cocktail parties, and even telling his underdog personal story to win people over. Jeff was just one of those guys who could talk his way into anything. He would embellish stories and outright lie. Oh wow, you saw shootings and stabbings growing up? That's crazy. That makes it even more amazing that you turned out to be such a brilliant entrepreneur. But Jeff's mother would later tell the publication The Atlantic that Jeff always made stories up about his upbringing to make people feel sorry for him or just for a laugh. His attempts paid off, and he managed to make some important connections among top-tier business professionals. The most significant breakthrough came when Karpov connected with a law firm called Nixon Peabody. The firm was renowned for its expertise in getting special tax benefits for industries, including renewable power. It was all falling into place. The game-changing factor was that Congress tripled the value of investment tax credits in 2005. Businesses could now get a whopping 30% off their federal income taxes back as a credit on any money they spent buying and installing solar equipment. That means for every dollar spent, they got 30 cents back from the government.
Oh my god, I think I know how this is going because it's for rent. Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Sending you kisses from... Oh wait, you're in Sydney, right, Juniper? Is that right? I'm sorry, I just had to double check because I wasn't like as sure. Yeah, no. Sorry.
Effectively, an intrinsic...
Yeah, general region. Yeah, Sydney general, like outer Sydney. Or outer New South Wales. Is it?
30%
I'm not
discount.
sure, sorry.
The DC solar trailers were...
I have a feeling, and I kind of know how this is going. They're gonna be taking advantage of that credits, probably. To like, okay, I'm gonna... Wait,
lucrative option for companies that just wanted to cut back on their tax bills and go green. He set up a special fund that let buyers purchase the number of generators that align with their desired tax savings. They only had to pay a 30% price up front, and then take that exact amount off their taxes. So basically, they got their money back right away. But what about the rest of the money? DC Solar promised to loan the remaining 70% to buyers. The buyers would pay it back by leasing the generators on DC Solar's behalf. Jeff even guaranteed loan payments and offered cash payouts from the leasing revenue. It was an incredible deal for the companies. On top of that, they didn't have to worry about using, maintaining, or even laying eyes on their own generators. As you're probably starting to gather, these deals had very little to do with Karpov's product. It was primarily based on exploiting the tax credit and the other perks that came with it. That's why so many big companies fell for it. The allure of the benefits was so strong that parties often overlooked the necessity of comprehensive due diligence. In all of this, one crucial question was overlooked. Did the generator business model actually work? Well, we'll soon find out. It was March of 2011, and Jeff was attending a baseball game. Just as he was singing the national anthem, his phone buzzed with a text. He had done it. It was his first major deal. The paint company, Sherwin-Williams, purchased 192 generators for $29 million. He couldn't believe it. The ball was really rolling now. With this major deal, Jeff's eyes were opened. Such a partnership could draw in more investors, and not long after, US Bank would join the party. The bank believed that joining DC Solar would align with its goals of promoting sustainability, reducing tax, and creating local jobs. Unfortunately for them, They were unaware that Jeff had used fake documents and fraudulent transactions to inflate the demand for solar generators. Without verifying the facts, the US bank would become one of the first financial backers for DC Solar. The plan was to purchase and lease thousands of generators over the next 7 years. Despite the initial success, questions began to appear about the real usefulness of Jeff's generators. The lack of solar expertise was evident. Some movie sets began to experience power outages due to faulty generators. Jeff's brother-in-law, Bobby Amato, who was the builder of the solar generator products, now called the Solar Eclipse, would state, quote, "I had no idea how solar worked. Good thing they had Google and all that." End quote. Imagine using Google to build something that would net your...
I mean, it is easy these days on a personal use though. You'd think like they would start like, cause yeah, the business sounds like a feasible one. I think some Australian they call this contractors, like tradies and all that stuff. They use this sort of stuff to like power their like offices and like remote break rooms and all that shit.
company hundreds of millions of dollars. The problems with the solar generators became so frequent that it wasn't uncommon for DC Solar to use backup diesel generators to kick in after a power failure. There would be smoke pouring from behind a solar generator, the ultimate ironic imagery. Furthermore, in preparation for the rapidly upcoming sale of equipment to Sherwin-Williams, the paint company, DC Solar was to present their fleet of panels. A DC Solar employee went to the production facility to see how things were going. It wasn't good. The clients were soon due to inspect the whole fleet, but only the first row of panels were complete. The rest were just cobbled together to give the illusion that things were progressing faster than they actually were.
Ooh.
The employee pressed Jeff, who remarked, don't worry about it. So, was Jeff worried? Not really. He was busy enjoying his new $1.3 million home paid in cash. It had a pool and enough car space for 6 vehicles. A bigger problem was brewing, however. Almost nobody wanted to lease these things for 5 to 10 years. And without these long-term leases, DC Solar couldn't finance the buyer's massive purchase loans or meet the demand for returns. Additionally, the IRS would prevent buyers from claiming solar tax credits if generators were left unused. Without those credits, DC Solar would lose its most appealing feature. What on earth was Jeff and his team going to do now? Faced with these challenges, DC Solar was financially toast. But Jeff wasn't done yet. He decided to get crafty. A new idea emerged around June 2012. It was during a meeting between Jeff and 2 of his close associates at the company. They devised a scheme to use the purchase money from new buyers to pay, quote, lease money to previous ones. The trick was to manipulate accounting so that the company's cash from new generator sales appeared as lease payments from existing renters. The whole plan seemed eerily like a classic Ponzi scheme, but with an added layer. DC Solar didn't just defraud new buyers to pay off earlier ones. It used a facade as a legitimate solar company to drain millions in tax credits from the US Treasury. This meant that American taxpayers ended up subsidizing the fraud. Jeff pitched it as a temporary measure, just to make ends meet, a typical fake-it-till-you-make-it approach. As we'll later see, Jeff's lies began to spiral out of control, and the disaster that was to follow was nothing short of spectacular. Now the problem for Jeff was he had to keep fooling more investors to keep the scheme going. That's just the nature of a Ponzi scheme. It relies on constantly bringing in money from new investors to pay off the old ones. It's like building a house of cards with a small base and a very wide top. So, to maintain the illusion of success, Jeff had to get creative. When prospective buyers inquired, he'd say that his generators were leased to different customers. The truth was, he moved a few around to make it seem like there was demand. He'd jack up their value and create fake lease agreements with made-up renters.
Yeah, it's like that Photoshop and all that. Like, not really even Photoshop. You can just make up like a fake. But you see, like, these governments obviously would see the links. Like, they use like softwares to like link this sort of like shit with each other. But
he even roped in a former IRS agent and a shell company to help close a $76 million deal. Now you might be wondering, how did nobody catch on? Where were the authorities? Well, The IRS did try to investigate in 2014, but DC Solar's legal representative, Forrest Milder, took every step to suppress it, at least for the time being. Some investors were getting suspicious at the time. To mitigate the damage, the team at DC Solar had to become expert scammers. Remember, barely anyone was leasing these things, so there wasn't enough money coming in to make the payments to the old buyers. The heat was being turned up, and Jeff needed bigger clients. Valley National Bank, who was going to purchase $76.8 million of solar equipment, asked for the list of companies renting out DC solar generators. After all, Jeff said over 80% of the generators were being rented out. The truth was, only 5% were, and this was a problem. In the end, they deployed DC Solar CFO, Rob Carman, a former alcoholic who couldn't hold a job and was only employed by the company because he was an old high school buddy of the accountant at DC Solar. Rob would forge a bunch of documents and leasing figures to make the problem go away. And the scam continued. Fate would later catch DC Solar, but for now, the coast was clear. The participation of Geico, which is a subsidiary of Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway, added a massive layer of credibility. The question is, how did such an esteemed company get into the mix? By Jeff lying to them, of course. Jeff wanted to play with the big players, and to do that, he needed to make his business seem even bigger. So he cooked up a fake lease deal agreement with the telecom giant T-Mobile. One of his henchmen got a T-Mobile employee on board by offering a huge salary and bonus. All this employee had to do was sign some forged papers. What he didn't know was that he was unwittingly binding T-Mobile to a lease agreement of 1,000 generators for a decade at a yearly cost of $13 million.
Oh!
Just think about the absurdity of that situation. But anyway, it did give Jeff and DC Solar some reputation to approach Geico. Warren Buffett had always been keen on solar. In fact, he's even gone on the record saying, quote, "If somebody walks in with a solar project tomorrow and it takes $1 billion or it takes $3 billion, we're ready to do it. And the more, the better." Geico would ultimately purchase almost 8,000 generators for almost $1.2 billion over a period of 3 years. This was like the ultimate stamp of approval for Jeff's business. Geico also benefited hugely as they saved approximately $377 million in taxes as a result of the deal. But the manipulation didn't stop there. As the facade grew, Jeff used even more devious tactics to deceive buyers. When potential investors insisted on personally inspecting the generators at DC Solar's warehouses, Jeff and his team would manually remove the VIN numbers from generators owned by earlier buyers. Then they would apply these VIN stickers to units that visiting buyers wanted to count. This crafty switch gave the illusion that generators were present, despite not existing.
What the fuckaroo?
Jeff continued to defraud investors and rack up more sales. Most of the generators sold were either non-existent or non-functional. The money gained was used to pay off earlier investors and fund Jeff's lavish lifestyle. He splurged on opulent parties, luxury homes, more than 100 cars, a private jet, and a minor baseball team. Jeff's love for car racing also influenced his marketing strategy. One of his major customers was the International Speedway Corporation. They leased 1,500 generators for its NASCAR tracks. His company also sponsored NASCAR. DC Solar even plastered their name across race cars and tracks. The showmanship was ironic, given that this company was supposed to be environmentally responsible. The thing is, Jeff didn't really care about green energy at all. He just stumbled upon this opportunity by chance. He simply gamed the system to his advantage to earn as much money as he could. But the house of cards had to fall at some point. The IRS finally began digging into DC Solar's activities properly in 2016. The generators were sold for $150,000, but only worth around $13,000, so the taxes saved were $45,000 per generator. So companies were saving 300% of the generator's value, not 30%. No wonder everyone wanted a piece. The IRS was slowly building their case. They'd found that the dealings with companies like Sherwin-Williams and Aaron Burr LLC were fraudulent attempts to manipulate energy credits and bypass regulations. But the funny thing was, on the surface, things still looked like they were going great. Around the same time, DC Solar joined forces with the Obama administration's Smart City Challenge. They didn't win, but there was still a large presence. Back at the company, employees witnessed the paranoia grow. Jeff's interactions with his staff were a mix of control and unpredictability. His wife, Paulette, was also deeply involved and assumed an authoritative demeanor. She often responded to the employees' questions with a firm, "Stay in your lane." As suspicions mounted, more surveillance cameras were installed, and access to critical documents was restricted. Then came the paper shredding. It looked like the illusion of success was finally crumbling. In early 2018, the SEC received a tip-off from a whistleblower. It was later revealed to be from the inside. Sebastian Jano, the director of project finance at DC Solar, he exposed the whole scheme. The reason behind his actions are still unclear to this day, but the SEC soon got involved and later the FBI stepped in. On a side note, it's amazing to see how far Jeff got and would have gone unnoticed if it wasn't for an internal whistleblower. In December 2018, federal agents closed in on Jeff. Despite his attempt to flee, he was arrested. His substantial wealth, including an extensive collection of cars and offshore accounts, was seized. It was game over.
The husband and wife team from Martinez accused of lying to investors about federal tax credits they could earn if they leased generators from their solar company. One of the victims, Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway, lost $340 million. Jeff is now facing up to 30 years behind bars, while Paulette is facing up to 15. Prosecutors have been seizing the couple's assets, including 149 vehicles that were auctioned off last fall in Woodland. It was the biggest single-owner auction ever in the history of the U.S. Marshal Service. Wow.
In January of 2020, Jeff and Paulette Karpov pleaded guilty to various charges, including fraud and money laundering. The trial started in November 2020 and lasted several months. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence of their scheme. In 2020, they were both sentenced to prison. Jeff received 30 years, and Paulette, 11 years and 3 months. Other accomplices were also charged, and they received varying degrees of sentencing, ranging from 2 to 8 years in prison and millions of dollars in restitution. The downfall of DC Solar laid bare a Ponzi scheme that defrauded various companies of nearly $1 billion.
Wow.
Some of the biggest names included US Bank, Berkshire Hathaway, Geico, and Progressive Insurance. During Jeff Karpov's trial, a quote by a judge summed up the whole saga perfectly. Quote, "You were selling air." End quote. Jeff Karpov's invention had people convinced that he was offering the ultimate green solution. However, in their enthusiasm and a hunger for tax credits, everyone seemingly overlooked the most important thing: due diligence. This case serves as a cautionary tale about hype and how it can influence our decisions, even the decisions of powerful companies.
That's true.
So that is the story of the billion-dollar
the
solar
money,
fraud.
money.
So what are your thoughts on this? Let me know in the comment section below. Also, a side note, if it's a bit echoey, let me know. I've just moved house and I haven't treated the room yet. Let me know if it sounded okay. Alright, so that's about it from me.
Okay, I'll let you know. It sounded, I'm gonna comment. It sounded okay. Yeah. Yeesh. Wow, that's a lot of money as well that he got from wow. I'm just gonna read through it for a second. So it says here, Karpov's egregious scheme led fuel his rapacious desire for luxury and prominence with showy public expenditures, including the purchase of a sports team, vroom vroom, high-end collectors vehicles, wow, more vroom vroom, international real estate, and a NASCAR team, more vroom vroom vroom, said special agent in charge Sean Ragan of the FBI Sacramento field office. I think the team will determine the FBI special agent forensic accountants and professional staff who work tirelessly with IRS. Yeah. It did, yeah, it also sounded like a good business, you know, to think about it, like renting out these spaces to, Sounded like a good business that they just took advantage of. Would have been a good one. If they actually did what if they actually focused on the technology bits of it. I think I'm seeing some Australian companies doing that for tradies. I think I mentioned it a while ago. What should I watch next? What new CD? I think I've heard of this one.
Welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion. When was the last time you used a CD or went to a physical music store?
I think I've heard of this one
Remember
somewhere.
flipping through the rows of shiny discs, finding your favorite album, or discovering something new? Unwrapping a new CD, popping it into your player, and hearing that crisp, clean sound for the first time was a unique experience. But when you think about it, compact discs were actually pretty cool. A laser scanning a spinning disc to read stored information, delivering perfect quality music or files. For something conceived in the 1970s, compact discs were pretty futuristic. Of course, with flash storage and now streaming and cloud storage, those colourful discs are now the dinosaurs of technology. But what if I told you that CDs could still be the future? Incredibly, researchers have made a breakthrough. They've developed a 3D optical disc with a staggering 1.6 petabits of storage capacity.
Oh my god, how many is that petabit? What the fuck? Someone said, finally, something to hold the next Call of Duty game. Wow. Yeah, I'm just imagining, with how much data we're from backups. Think about it, backups, video footage, cloud. We're using a lot of information on the fucking internet. Even this fucking Twitch thing costs a lot of data. I remember once upon a time I was downloading a 700 megabyte video from a K-pop bad girl, good girl. Oh, I love those Miss A. They're gone now, but oh my gosh. Oh, that's not a lot though for a disc. Imagine a disc.
That's over.
So it's if you actually look into it, it's still let's see.
100,000 DVDs on a single disc. So today, we'll explore this incredible research and the unlikely return of the compact disc. How does it
look? That's
work?
Fucking.
Will this ever see the light of day?
That's
it is exciting,
tiny.
But towards the end of the episode, I'll get to the drawbacks as always.
Oh.
But before all of that, we'll take a fun trip down memory lane and delve briefly into the history of CDs. It's quite an interesting story, so let's jump into it.
Oh, I forgot I'm subscribing to this dude on my second account. Definitely.
The CD's journey began in the late 1970s when Philips was working on video disc technology. This was inspired by the emerging technology of lasers that could read data without contact. Research on video discs started all the way back in 1957, but it wasn't until the late 70s where laser technology became practical. Although it was ahead of its time, the video disc project failed as the public ultimately weren't that interested. I've done a full episode on laser discs if you're interested in that story. But it wasn't the end. Philips saw an opportunity for using laser reading technology in the audio market. Vinyl records and tapes dominated at the time, but they both had their limitations. Vinyl required delicate turntables prone to skipping, while cassettes, though portable and re-recordable, lacked the character of vinyl audio and tended to degrade with repeated use. Philips aimed to create a smaller, more portable disc that could hold at least an hour of music. After years of research, they developed audio long play, or ALP, an audio disc system. Interestingly, they initially considered quadraphonic sound, an early form of surround sound, but abandoned it due to size limitations. The name compact disc was chosen to evoke the success of the compact cassette. In March 1979, Philips showcased the CD's audio quality. However, they lacked expertise in digital audio recording, a crucial missing piece.
Oh my god, sorry.
Engineers at Philips didn't know how to convert analog sound into digital. They'd have to turn to Japan to solve that problem. In Japan, Sony was a master of digital audio circuitry with over a decade of experience refining the encoding of sound waves into digital signals. However, they lacked the expertise to create a physical compact disc. This is where Philips and Sony converged.
Mid-80s.
The result was genius. Philips engineers figured out how the laser could zoom past tiny etched pits etched into the disc surface and turn that into ones and zeros. While Sony specialists focused on the analog to digital circuitry, also creating an error-correcting code to maintain that pristine audio. I remember reading about this in an encyclopedia when I was about 12, and I was amazed at how it worked. Anyway, in 1980, Philips and Sony produced the Red Book, establishing all the standards for compact discs. From then on...
It's so amazing how we're gonna go back to this again. Like, it's just like we're going back to the 90s trend. Taylor Swift reference! But
they worked separately on their own CD equipment, but agreed to share components in the early stages.
I remember CDs. I think those are the VCDs that I'm talking about. Video compact disc. Cause yeah, there were the audio ones for the albums, and there were the video ones which comes into disc. Cause I remember it couldn't like really handle that much information in one disc alone. Like for movies, it has to be like 2. Because like the disc A, disc B, something like that. Sometimes the collections would have 3 discs. I remember having an Christina Aguilera album back then. Well, my sister did. And then I would play like, you know, you are beautiful. No
in 1982, Philips introduced the first ever production CD player. The initial CDs were made in a plant in Hanover, Germany. Debut titles included ABBA's album, The Visitors, and a recording of Herbert von Karajan conducting Richard Strauss's The Alpine Symphony. In October of 1982, Sony's CDP-101 made its debut in Japan, alongside the first run of CD albums, led by Billy Joel's 52nd Street. Sony's device was pricey, around $2,300 US in today's currency. Initially, US record labels were skeptical about CDs, but 1 year later, 1,000 different titles were available.
Is the standard
in time,
at the
the audio
moment,
quality began to speak for itself. In
I mean, technically, they're still there then. If like, oh my god. So we could like, imagine that we could be going back to using this sort of like shit. So like, I mean, that's not bad. That's amazing just to think about it. It's like going back to like, I mean, the hard drives are kind of the same in it, like with it looks similar to a compact disc, except it's not really a compact disc in it, it's like a magnet.
1985, Dire Straits' album, Brothers in Arms, became the first CD to sell over 1 million copies, and it remains the world's most successful CD album. By 1988, 400 million CDs were produced by 50 pressing plants worldwide. In the year 2000, global CD sales peaked at 2.455 billion. Between 2000 and 2007, CD sales nearly halved to 1.755 billion, and this was mainly due to file sharing and MP3 players. And we all know the story from here. Ultimately,
this is when
the rise of streaming
Spotify
services and changing consumer preferences led to the decline of CDs. By 2021, CD sales had dropped by 95% since their peak, currently at their lowest levels since 1986. Major artists like Adele, Taylor Swift, and BTS caused a brief resurgence of CD sales in 2021, but the overall trend remains very downward. And the fall of music CDs took CD-ROMs and other...
I mean, maybe it's like, yeah, maybe it's like time to go past that phase of like the technology, you know, use them for like actual... I think that's cool actually, like, yeah, larger memory, like, oh wow. Amazing. I'm amazed.
Media with it. So it's pretty much done. That's it. It's certain. CDs once dominated, but now they just occupy a nostalgic corner. Or do they? Well, as mentioned at the top of this episode, the life of the CD may not be over.
So I was thrilled to see this recent paper in Nature about a new optical storage method that could bring
Napster.
disk memory into the petabyte
Yeah, I've heard of
range.
Napster, but I've never used it though, yeah.
That's 1,000
I think
terabytes.
Napster is what inspired LimeWire, I think.
Billion web pages. So
And
if
that's
you store
what I
this massive
remember
amount
using
of
back
data
then.
on 1 terabyte hard drive.
Wow.
The device will cover the area about the size
10,000 blue.
of an
Oh, wow.
average playground. But with this new technology, the same amount of data can be stored in the device the size of a desktop computer.
Researchers at the University of Shanghai for Science and Technology have developed a 3D optical disc with an astonishing capacity. It can store up to 1.6 petabytes of data. They published their study in Nature, and it's understandably caused a bit of a buzz.
High capacity storage technologies are needed to meet our ever-growing data demands. However, data centers based on major storage technologies such as semiconductor flash devices and hard disk devices have high energy burdens. That's what, yeah, they do, like computers, you know, servers and all that shit. They do like spend a lot. And as far as I'm concerned, there are other companies trying to like, I've been like checking MDN lately. Mozilla developed like the net choo choo choo. It's just so confusing. I'd have to explain all of it later on, but yeah, basically like they've been talking a topic here about which is actually a good topic to cover, like with how we're consuming internet and all that shit. It's really good that they're talking about it. It has something to do with how like internets are, how we're consuming the memory inside the computer and all that shit, and how web developers are like, you know, the IT industry should like start considering their like wastage in terms of computing power. I couldn't find it though. Which article is that? Fucking hell. You know what? I couldn't find it. You just have to find it yourself. Sorry. It's gonna be a puzzle for you. So yeah, seeing this thing is really interesting. Like having to, like, yeah, there are people having to, it's like going back to like, just like I said, going back to it again. Anyway, optical data storage presents a promising with cost-effective long-term archival data storage. Nonetheless, ODS has been limited by its low capacity and this. By optical recording, photoresist film and regression image when simulated femtosecond laser beams. Oh, what's that? What's a femtosecond? The laser which well below one. Oh. Oh. 22 terabytes. Yeah, 22 terabytes is expensive by itself. Like, I think that's like $1,000 or something, like $4,000 or something, I think. Wait, let me actually check. That would be for a CCTV or something. A grand Australian. That's a lot. Wow, that's cool. Wait, here to address, oh, but you, sorry, that's can also be inhibited by another deactivating beam, resulting in a recording spot with a super resolution scale. This technology makes it possible to achieve exhibit level storage by stacking nanoscale disks into arrays, which is essential in big data centers with limited space. Fucking hell, like a paywall on the fucking
So 1.6 petabits, what is that? That amount of data on a single optical disc is amazing, but without context, it's just a number. So let's break it down. Let's compare it to the current champion of storage, the Exadrive EDD CT100.
I want to check that. What the fuck? What the fuck? You bought it for 352 US. Oh wait. Oh wow, that is cheap. Okay, so maybe if you next time if you plan on coming here, okay, I'll try to pay for it. I'll try to pay for it. It's not gonna be a while, but if it's still the same price, okay? If it's the same price. Wait, they're the same. Like every nah, they don't have like restrictions, like differences if you like use a different hard drive from another country, right? Anyway, sorry. Artificial intelligence. Exadrive XSD offer a unique balance of capacity, performance, energy, efficiency, volume. Exadrive CD plug and play compatible with SATA and SAS space. Exadrive they use substantially more power. OPEX cost. Latency cost per turn. Oh, okay. Savings. Oh, $400. Yeah, we don't. Not sure. I'm not sure if they're gonna be sailing. Like, they're still expensive. I find that that's expensive. I don't need that at the moment, thankfully. But yeah, if I'm planning to like keep an archive, I don't want to keep relying on YouTube to keep an archive because the quality isn't as good. Wow, enterprise QLC flash SSD. Wow, 100 terabyte. That's crazy. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Is currently the largest solid-state drive available. It offers a staggering 100 terabytes of storage capacity, but the price? Well, it's jaw-dropping. $40,000.
Oh my God.
$400 per terabyte.
400 per terabyte.
And you
Yeah,
thought
that's
Apple
a
was
lot.
bad. But the thing is, to put that into perspective, 100 terabytes is enough space for approximately 20 million songs, 20,000 HD movies, or 2,000 standard iPhones worth of data. Well, that is a lot. Well, this disk has even more capacity. 1.6 petabits is equivalent to 200 terabytes, or 200,000 gigabytes.
Yeah, that's
the craziest thing.
And it's a tiny one, tiny.
This new disc is about the same size as a normal DVD, but holds 4,000 times as much as a Blu-ray.
Amazing. Sorry.
Okay,
I'm
so you must be asking, how did the researchers do it? Here's a simplified and brief explanation of it. The secret behind this massive storage lies in layers. Traditional optical discs, like CDs or DVDs, typically have 1 or 2 layers to store data. Sometimes they can go up to 4. But this new disc is like a skyscraper with 100 floors, each layer holding precious information. By stacking these layers, the research...
That's amazing. 100 like stacked together into the same, like, to think about it, it's like the same size as the same, like, oh my God, that's amazing. That's cool.
Just have crammed in more data than ever before.
Wow, amazing.
Next,
sorry,
ultra-transparent materials and nanoscale spots.
Because it is amazing.
To achieve this feat, they used advanced materials that allows light to pass through with minimal scattering. Now, imagine tiny spots, microscopic dots on each layer. These spots are where the magic happens. Researchers created a new material called aggregation-induced, emission-dye-doped photoresist, or AIE DDPR for short.
Oh
it's
my
a fancy
God.
and quite
like the LGBTQIA+. AIDDDDDPR. Yeah, I know. I'm like gonna make
a mouthful of a term, but think of these spots as data pixels. The interesting thing here is that they're smaller than the wavelengths of visible light. This was a limitation of traditional optical storage, but now with this method, they can record data in sections as small as 1/10 the wavelength of visible light. This allows for the encoding of data on those 100 layers. It's like writing with a superfine pen on an atomic scale. So how do you write data onto this disk? Well, it's like orchestrating a laser ballet. A green laser triggers spot formation. It's like a conductor raising the baton. Then, a red laser steps in and switches off the writing process. By controlling the timing, they made the spots smaller than the waves of light themselves. It's akin to precision machining with light on a nanoscale. To read the data, they employed another laser duo. A blue beam makes the spots glow, then an orange light turns off the glow, and with that, the data is revealed. According to the researchers, their disk, with 100 layers spaced just a micrometer apart, can read and write data very accurately. To give you some imagery of the accuracy, here's a demonstration of some layers being written on. And remember, the scale is 5 micrometers.
Yeah, like
but
a
the journey to
microscope. Amazing!
get here has been long and arduous.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Wow. I'm sorry. That's wow. That's how many albums could go in there. Like how many albums? I could keep my library of albums in that fucking disc. Until
Professor
I
Mingu,
die.
who led the research, explains how challenging it was over the last 10 years to find the perfect materials that could both handle reading and writing data in such a small space. The plus side is, manufacturing a disc is also easy. It takes about 6 minutes per disc, and it uses a similar method for those used in DVDs. These new ultra-high capacity disks are well suited for data centers. These disks could enable data centers to store exabytes of data in a much smaller physical space than current technologies. Think a billion gigabits of storage in a room instead of a stadium. Also, optical disks are known for their longevity and durability, so this makes them ideal for long-term archival storage. They're portable and also robust against electromagnetic
Oh, it is pretty thick actually. Come to look into it. If that's the actual disc.
interference.
Wait, actually, I'm gonna check.
So this makes it suitable for safeguarding critical data.
Yeah. True.
But of course, now the moment you've all been waiting for, the
okay,
downsides
the
and
drawbacks.
limitations. While the new optical discs hold a lot of promise, there are some severe limitations and challenges to consider. So obviously there's market adoption. Apart from niche market segments like data storage and archival storage, using physical media will be a tough sell. Everyone's already used to cloud storage and streaming services. They're not going to want to give up that convenience. Physical media is just an extra step and added friction. And next we come to one of the biggest issues. Current prototypes have major limitations in terms of writing speed and efficiency. The estimated energy consumption would be in the kilowatt range per terabyte of writing, and the write speed is only megabytes per second. Researchers are working on improving these aspects, but who knows how long that's going to take. And next we have the cost. A femtosecond laser, similar to one of the ones used in the setup, costs almost $50,000 and needs fans from an AC outlet. Now that is a showstopper if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
So, in conclusion, it seems like CDs won't be making a comeback for the average consumer anytime soon. But with such large amounts of storage in such a small medium, there could be new uses for this technology. Perhaps data
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the point. Like, that's actually amazing to think of it, like, looking back into, like, the past and, like, bringing it back. Like, yeah, wow. I'm sorry. I couldn't stop saying wow, because it is amazing.
Of the future will be using petabit CDs. But ultimately, realistically, in the grand scheme of things, research is research. And for those of us interested in the cutting edge, it's very cool to gawk over such solutions. But the reality is, this will take many years to become a product, if ever. But I could be wrong, and maybe the
I mean, I hope it's a product for, like, for, you know, data storage facilities, obviously. Like, the businesses would be an enterprise sort of product, you know, like, not something that any consumer would. But then again, there's always that possibility, right? With how humans are, we're kind of like, yeah, it's kind of getting easier to create businesses with technologies coming up. You can create, nothing's, you can create, yeah, basically you can start a business from your bedroom, like just using a laptop, and like some people were able to succeed at that sort of shit. So yeah, we'll never know. Eventually, this will become an enterprise-only thing, and then eventually it's gonna go to the consumer market.
Researchers will continue to refine the technology until it becomes commercially viable, and the market responds positively. But anyway, what are your thoughts on this? Would you like to use such a behemoth of an optical disc format? Let me know in the comment section below. So that is the story of the compact disc and its surprising possible future. Okay, so my name is Dagogo, and you've been watching Cold Fusion, and I'll catch you again soon for the next episode. If you did like this video, feel free to subscribe to Cold
I
Future.
enjoyed that video. I'm gonna give it, oh shit, sorry, I forgot to give it a like. But wow, oh no, did this fail? Curiosity stream, I've heard, isn't this the one that oh my god, did they, oh wait, let me actually check. Oh bitch, no they're not, they're still here. This Wall Street millennial dude kind of confused me. Okay, never mind, they're still active. I'm gonna check it out though. I kind of want to feed myself some information now, because, you know, because I feel like it.
In 2020, a video streaming company called CuriosityStream went public by merging with a SPAC. They created thousands of non-fiction documentaries about nature, science, and technology. It appealed to science geeks, who for the low price of just $20 per year could gain access to a nearly unlimited number of documentaries. In their SPAC presentation, CuriosityStream pointed to the massive success of BBC's Planet Earth 2 to show that there is strong demand for nature documentaries among the younger generations. From a financial perspective, non-fiction content is also much cheaper to produce than scripted dramas. It costs CuriosityStream about $100,000 to produce 1 hour of content. For comparison, Game of Thrones costs more than $10 million per hour to produce. Almost 4 years later, things aren't looking great for the non-fiction streaming service. Their revenue has been steadily declining since 2021, and they have never reported a positive operating profit. Given the disastrous financial performance, you probably won't be surprised to see that their stock price has declined by almost 90% since going public, putting the company within striking distance of penny stock status. What perhaps is surprising is that their share price has more than doubled over the past few months. In March, they unexpectedly announced a quarterly dividend of 2.5 cents per share. While 2.5 cents might not sound like a lot, their stock price was only 58 cents at the time, so the 2.5 cent quarterly dividend represented an annual yield of almost 20%. Many investors love dividends. The initiation of the dividend at such a high yield attracted new investors and likely explains the doubling of the stock price. But it's
gonna turn basically into another kind of stock, basically something that people will just hold so that they could make money from the fucking dividends, and so they could keep returning it to the company. But
remember that CuriosityStream is still losing money. How can they even afford to pay a dividend? In this video, we'll look at the story of CuriosityStream,
that's another thing.
why
How
they've
are
struggled
they,
with profitability,
like, are they making
and
money
finally,
already?
we'll analyze the possible motives behind their dividend strategy. CuriosityStream was founded in 2015 by John Hendricks. Hendricks is best known for founding Discovery Communications in 1982. Discovery's namesake Discovery Channel is the host for non-fiction documentary content such as Shark Week, Deadliest Catch, Man vs. Wild, etc. To understand CuriosityStream, we first need to understand the Discovery Channel. While CuriosityStream and Discovery are not affiliated with each other in any way, CuriosityStream represents a continuation of Hendricks' involvement in the realm of documentary programming. Hendricks first had the idea for the Discovery Channel when he was attending the University of Alabama in the 1970s. Some of his professors would rent 16mm film cartridges from production companies like BBC. The professor would project the short film to the class. These films were educational. For example, in a history class, the professor might rent a historical documentary to play for the class. Some classes also showed documentaries about wild animals and nature. Hendricks realized that in addition to being educational tools, these documentaries could serve as entertainment for the general public. Even if you're not studying for a biology degree, you might still want to watch a documentary about wildlife just for fun.
Yeah.
At the time, not a single broadcast network had a dedicated channel for educational documentaries. Instead, they all focused on live news and sports, as well as scripted dramas, which are far more expensive to produce. In 1982, Hendricks was finally able to raise a few $1 million from investors to launch what would become Discovery Communications. At first, they licensed documentaries created by third-party production companies. They aggregated this content and sold it as a television channel to cable distributors. Eventually, they started creating their own original productions. The production costs for non-fiction documentaries are generally far less than scripted television dramas. For a television drama, you need to write a script, hire a director, hire big-name actors, and spend huge amounts of money on film sets and visual effects. This can easily cost millions of dollars per episode. For comparison, think of Discovery's hit show Deadliest Catch. All they have to do is put some camera crews on fishing boats. They pay the fishermen to appear on the show, but this is a tiny fraction of what Hollywood actors get paid. As it turns out, a significant proportion of television viewers are indeed interested in this type of content.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just think about how relevant like Shark Week is every time it comes up every year. It's an annual thing. Like people like get like Shark Week every time Shark Week they watch sharks. And it's cool in a way, like we're like we're appreciating nature, like the ocean, the strength of like yeah, what's under there, like what's in the water. But yeah, sorry, let me just continue.
During the 1990s and 2000s, Discovery Communications was a huge success. He took the company public and it grew into a multi-billion-dollar business. Discovery's revenue relied almost exclusively on selling its content to cable television distributors. With the rise of streaming services like Netflix, more and more households were ditching cable television. While cable television was highly profitable, it eventually became clear that this business model was a melting ice cube. Every year, more and more households cut the cord and switched to streaming. In 2014, John Hendricks stepped down as chairman of Discovery. 1 year later, he founded CuriosityStream. At its core, CuriosityStream is supposed to be an online streaming version of the Discovery Channel. They create original documentaries about nature, science, technology, and society. Between 2015 and 2019, John Hendricks put in $140 million of his own money to create a library of documentary content. Because the cost of the content is much cheaper to produce than scripted dramas, CuriosityStream also charged a far lower price to consumers. Initially, the service only cost $3 per month or $20 per year. Some of their most popular shows include documentaries about the Wild West, Inside the Mind of a Con Artist, which looks at the psychological vulnerabilities con artists exploit, documentaries about the rise of artificial intelligence, historical documentaries about World War II, and of course they have numerous nature documentaries about everything from endangered tigers to animals living in urban areas. By the time of the SPAC transaction in 2020, they had grown to about 800,000 paying subscribers.
Oh wow.
They also had 12 million so-called bundled subscribers. CuriosityStream provides access to its content to third-party media distributors to be used as a part of a larger bundle. These distribution partners included Fubo TV, the Indian media company Tata Sky.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, they kind of okay, yep, I get it. It's like Foxtel in Australia. Foxtel is a channel partnering with HBO and all that shit, or another third-party service to to have another account basically.
And many others. In some cases, internet service providers would even provide complimentary access to CuriosityStream to their broadband customers. These bundled deals are typically negotiated at a massively discounted rate, so CuriosityStream's average revenue per user is minuscule. At various times, CuriosityStream has advertised the fact that they had over 20 million subscribers, but the vast majority of these have access to CuriosityStream via bundled service and may have never even watched it. In the first year after CuriosityStream went public, things seemed to be going pretty well. In the fourth quarter of 2021, revenue peaked at $27 million. Due to their low content production costs, their gross profit margins were quite high. They spent heavily on advertising, mostly on social media platforms like YouTube. The high advertising expense caused the company to report operating losses, but so long as this translated to revenue growth, investors were satisfied. In September of 2021, CuriosityStream paid $6 million to buy a 12% stake in the video subscription service Nebula. Nebula was founded by the YouTuber behind the Wendover Productions channel. Dozens of large YouTubers have signed up to Nebula. They post their videos on Nebula ad-free and occasionally create videos exclusively for Nebula. Viewers pay a subscription fee to access content on Nebula. As part of the investment, they also signed a marketing partnership. They offered a bundled package including both CuriosityStream and Nebula for $20 a year, the same price to subscribe to CuriosityStream as a standalone service. You effectively got Nebula for free. Sometimes they would even run promotions with the price being dropped to $15 per year. YouTubers on the Nebula platform started advertising the CuriosityStream bundle in their videos. In aggregate, the bundle was advertised to tens of millions of viewers per month. The subscription revenue from the bundle was split between CuriosityStream and Nebula. The exact terms of the revenue share were not publicly disclosed. Additionally, every time one of the Nebula YouTubers advertised the bundle in a video, CuriosityStream paid them in cash. This cost CuriosityStream millions of dollars per quarter. While the business appeared to be going well for CuriosityStream in 2021, this success would prove short-lived. Over the following 2 years, their revenue declined by more than 50%. So what went wrong? If we look at the revenue by segment, in 2021, most of the growth came from content licensing. In addition to running its own streaming service, CuriosityStream also licenses some of its shows to other media companies. For example, back in 2020, HBO Max paid CuriosityStream millions of dollars for access to a number of their shows. This licensing deal has since ended. If you think back to 2021, that was at the peak of the streaming investment boom. Legacy media companies like Warner Media, NBC Universal, Disney, etc. were all trying to catch up to Netflix. A lot of these traditional media companies lacked non-fiction documentary content. So instead of creating it themselves, which would have been expensive and time-consuming, they paid to license CuriosityStream's documentaries. Content licensing revenue all but collapsed in 2023. While it's hard to tell the exact reason for this, there are likely a few contributing factors. Facing rising interest rates and declining stock market valuations, the large streaming services became more selective about content acquisition. With CuriosityStream being a niche content provider, they were probably one of the first items on the chopping block. Consolidation is also bad for content licensing. For example, in 2022, Warner Media merged with Discovery. Warner Media used to pay CuriosityStream to license content for its HBO Max streaming service. Discovery had more than enough non-fiction documentaries, so there's no longer any reason to pay for CuriosityStream's content. In an attempt to increase revenue, CuriosityStream doubled its subscription price in March of 2023. The annual subscription now costs $40 per year. Despite doubling the price, their direct subscription revenue stayed roughly flat throughout 2023. Not very many people were willing to sign up at the higher price.
That's still an opportunity for them to think about it. That's still an opportunity for them. That means there's people, like, if you actually look into it, that means like they're getting stable business. It's just not that fast. So they would need to, like, I mean, I'm just providing my opinion here, but yeah, it seems like they're getting a lot, like they should invest more on like actually selling their content to third parties, especially that there are like specialized services, specialized content providers from like that are only specific to a certain region. Like think of Hulu is only exclusive to America. Like I'm not sure if you can access it on Europe. Obviously these companies would eventually have they would want to reach the global audience like Netflix does. But yeah, there are niche content, niche providers. Like I think in Australia we got Stan, that's what they call them, among other providers. There are some in the Philippines as well. More adult stuff. More kind of adult, which is ew. But yeah, they should. Personally, I think they should. It looks like they have an opportunity to actually start licensing their content way out there.
The next problem came with their Nebula bundle. While this bundle was a successful marketing ploy, it was also very expensive. Remember that whenever one of the Nebula YouTubers advertised the bundle in a video, CuriosityStream had to pay them thousands, and in some cases tens of thousands of dollars. Immediately following the SPAC transaction, CuriosityStream had over $100 million of cash on hand. As they incurred operating losses, their cash balance steadily declined, falling to about $40 million by the end of 2023. With cash running low, CuriosityStream informed Nebula that they couldn't afford to pay for as many YouTube sponsorships. Sponsorships was the main way Nebula's YouTubers made money. With CuriosityStream tightening its purse strings, Nebula decided that the partnership was no longer worth their while. From a marketing perspective, the Nebula portion of the bundle was far more valuable than CuriosityStream. For example, if you see the bundle being advertised in a Wendover Productions video, you are by definition a Wendover Productions viewer, and you likely enjoy his content.
Yeah.
Thus, you're likely to be interested in Nebula.
I thought they consolidated as one sort of company, but I guess that's not the case, right?
Which has exclusive videos created by Wendover Productions and
they're just a
similar content
partnership,
creators.
actually.
Many of the people who signed up for the bundle probably never even watched CuriosityStream.
Yeah, so it's
CuriosityStream
gonna
was
be
taking a significant portion of the revenue, but not really adding that much value. In November of 2023, Nebula announced they were terminating the bundle at the end of the year. This was a disaster for CuriosityStream, as they would now be losing one of their main ways of acquiring customers. In a desperate attempt to lock in more subscribers, CuriosityStream started sending out marketing emails, implying that if you subscribe to the bundle for a 2-year subscription before the year end, you would retain access to Nebula for the entire duration of the subscription. This was not true. Nebula put out a statement calling out CuriosityStream for misleading its customers. People who subscribed to the bundle had their subscriptions automatically renewed by default. Starting in 2024, renewals did not include access to Nebula. This upset many subscribers who primarily watched Nebula instead of CuriosityStream. They were charged for a year of CuriosityStream, which they didn't want. This has caused a lot of resentment among subscribers.
That is, that's not a good, bad for, like, I think with companies increasing their prices or making like big decisions like these that could impact their audiences, they should always tell them in advance, like as much as possible, a year in advance. You know, like some companies are not doing that. They just let them know the next month usually, or the next 3 months.
Currently, almost half of CuriosityStream reviews on Trustpilot are 1 star. In CuriosityStream's SEC filings, they disclose that following the termination of the Nebula bundle, they have experienced a decline in their number of subscribers. They are also at risk of further churn from subscribers who only wish to access Nebula directly. Despite losing subscribers, CuriosityStream's direct subscription revenue actually increased slightly in the first quarter of 2024. The vast majority of subscribers choose to pay annually, as this is cheaper than paying monthly. Because people are locked into annual subscriptions, it can take a long time for changes in subscriber flows to impact reported revenue. Also, remember that they doubled their prices in the first quarter of 2023. For existing subscribers, the price increase is only realized when their annual plan renews. So between the first quarter of 2023 and the first quarter of 2024, a steady stream of existing subscribers were renewed at the higher price. CuriosityStream does not disclose their number of subscribers, which makes analysis difficult. Starting in the second quarter of 2024, revenue is likely to decline, as the benefit from the price increase has already been realized. CuriosityStream's business appears to be imploding. In the first quarter of 2024, they generated $9.5 million of direct subscription revenue. This excludes bundled subscriptions and content licensing. Based on the current subscription price, this translates to about 1 million subscribers, with that number likely to decrease going forward. So why has CuriosityStream failed to garner more subscribers? Even after the 2023 price increase, it's still cheaper than any of the other major streaming services. So why are so few people willing to pay even such a small amount? While CuriosityStream's price is low, the quality of its content is also quite low. If you compare CuriosityStream documentaries
That's one thing. Like imagine how much like Attenborough and all that stuff are coming up, and like they're still making like Planet Earth and all that shit. Those are really good quality content with like some in-depth, scientifically technical features on them. That was like imagine the use of slow motion cameras and like stabilization to like kind of follow the flow of a plant, like the time lapse and all that stuff. And if they do want to like, in the end, if you actually look at it, it's what Netflix, Disney, it's what these companies are all doing. Like Netflix, they're trying to create that sort of, in addition to like creating that sort of mediocre content that just gets to people, they also have that specific, like, they also create quality content that they know is their sort of like, oh, this is where we're making money. We're making money from this. And they know that, they seem to know what audiences seem to enjoy on their platform, and
produced by
even
National
on their
Geographic
countries,
or Netflix,
because
for
they
example,
do make it now.
the difference in production budget is obvious. Most people who would consider buying any streaming
they're making specialized content, like diverse languages, like content made for a specific like country or region, is what I'm trying to say.
service already subscribe to one of the big ones like Netflix, Disney Plus, or Max. Disney has National Geographic, Max has Discovery's nonfiction content,
That is
and
true.
Netflix has tons of nonfiction documentaries as well,
Yeah,
all
they
of
have
which
their
have much
own.
higher production budgets than CuriosityStream. The only benefit of CuriosityStream is its quantity. While Netflix has a few hundred high-budget documentaries, CuriosityStream has thousands of low-budget documentaries. But if your goal is to watch an endless quantity of science content, there are tens of thousands of science videos on YouTube you can watch for free,
That's
many of which are
true.
of similar, if not better, quality than CuriosityStream. CuriosityStream finds itself in an awkward position where its content is too expensive to be monetized through an ad-supported platform like YouTube, but the quality is too low to compete with the streaming giants like Netflix.
You also see like a lot, like movie houses, like production companies, releasing their content like on YouTube because they're making more money on YouTube with the AdSense rather than like selling it in
Netflix,
outside.
Disney Plus, and Max. If you watched our previous video about Vice Media, they fell into a similar trap. Their production costs were way too high to be covered by the ad revenue alone. But the quality was too low to be effectively monetized on pay TV. With the rise of ad-supported media platforms like YouTube and TikTok, most people aren't willing to pay for content unless it's very high quality. CuriosityStream thought it was competing against Netflix and Disney Plus. In reality, they were competing with YouTube. And it's very difficult to compete when your competitor's product is free.
Yeah.
As CuriosityStream's revenues declined over the past couple of years, they've also cut down their advertising and general administrative expenses. This has allowed them to reduce their operating losses, although they're still losing money. Surprisingly, in March of this year, they announced the initiation of a quarterly cash dividend to be paid to all shareholders. It's unusual for a money-losing company to pay a dividend. Paying dividends costs money. If a company is not making profits, how can a dividend possibly be sustainable? Since the fourth quarter of 2022, CuriosityStream's cash flow from operations has been consistently greater than operating income. In the first quarter of 2024, their cash flow from operations finally turned positive, despite the company still reporting an operating loss. So what explains the difference between cash flow from operations and operating loss? To conserve cash, CuriosityStream has drastically reduced its spending on new content. In the first quarter of 2024, they only spent $426,000 on creating new content. Under GAAP accounting rules, content production costs are not recognized as expenses immediately. Hypothetically, let's say it costs $100,000 to film a documentary. You expect your subscribers to watch this documentary for the next 10 years. This documentary will be indirectly generating revenue for the next 10 years. You recognize zero expense up front. Instead, you recognize $10,000 of content amortization expense per year over the next 10 years. Back in 2020 and 2021, when CuriosityStream had a lot of cash and was trying to grow, their spending on new content exceeded the amortization of old content. Now it's the opposite. Their spending on new content is less than the amortization of old content. In their first quarter earnings release, CuriosityStream proudly bragged about the fact that they achieved positive cash flow from operations for the first time ever.
We generated over $1 million in adjusting free cash flow in the first quarter.
Claim that this positive cash flow gives them the funds to pay dividends. This is ultimately unsustainable. Their low content spending means their library of shows will quickly—
Sorry, I need to pee one. I need to pee. I've got to finish that, but I gotta pee first because I need to pee. Okay. Sorry about that.
grow stale. As their existing subscribers run out of interesting shows to watch, they're likely to cancel their subscriptions in droves. When a company initiates a dividend, it's usually viewed as a sign of confidence. In my opinion, CuriosityStream is the opposite. The senior management can likely see that the business has failed. Investing in more content would just be throwing good money after bad. So instead, they'll let the business die and distribute what little cash they have left as dividends. Alright guys, that wraps it up for this video. What do you think about CuriosityStream? Let us know in the comments section below. As always, thank you so much for watching and we'll see you in the next one. Wall Street Millennial, signing out.
He sounds like an AI sometimes, but yeah. See what they said. Spend it all on YouTube sponsorship. Yeah, wow. Okay. So there's a few things I've learned there. First is that this curiosity stream is actually outside the Nebula thing. And yeah, I thought they were just one single like entity basically. That's what I thought, but I guess that's not the case, you know. But anyway, I'm gonna be editing my stream there. So if you're still here, I really appreciate you so much from the bottom of my broken heart. Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming later on, but I'm just gonna be probably, I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna play video games or I'm gonna be practicing my ukulele because yeah, I don't know, honestly. No idea what to do with my life today. But yeah, I hope you have a good day, a good morning, or a good night, wherever you are in this world. I'm gonna see you later, and yeah, I hope you have